before we begin, make sure you're not alone. Tonight's stories come from deep inside national parks, places where even seasoned rangers refuse to walk after sunset. These aren't myths, they're true encounters documented by people trained to face the impossible. If you're brave enough to stay, hit subscribe, turn on the bell, and step into the darkness with me. Because once we enter the forest, there's no guarantee we'll come back. The helicopter blades cut through the Utah night like scissors through black velvet. I pressed my face against the cold window, watching the distant lights of civilization fade behind us. Beside me, Silas checked his rifle for the third time in 20 minutes. His ritual whenever we flew into something classified. You ever heard of Skinwalker Ranch? I asked him over the headset. He glanced at me, his jaw tight. Only in the briefings, indigenous legends, shapeshifters, things that wear human skin. He paused. You know, I don't believe in that supernatural garbage. I wanted to agree with him. After 8 years working for the Special Access Programs Division, the unit that didn't officially exist, I'd seen plenty of things the government wanted buried. Secret weapons tests, foreign tech, biological experiments gone wrong. There was always a rational explanation, even if it was classified above our pay grade. But Skinwalker Ranch was different. The pilot's voice crackled through our headsets. 5 minutes to LZ. Command wants a silent insertion. Whatever's happening down there, they don't want it spooked. Our team consisted of 6 soldiers. Me, Silas, and 4 others from different special operations backgrounds. We'd been pooled from assignments across the globe, given 12 hours notice, and told to prepare for a critical containment situation. No details, no mission parameters, just coordinates and the name Skinwalker Ranch. The helicopter descended toward a sprawling property in Utah's Uinta Basin. Even from the air, the place felt wrong. The land stretched out in geometric patterns, perfectly circular patches of dead grass, trees that grew at impossible angles, and dark shapes that might have been buildings or might have been something else entirely. We touched down in a cloud of dust. The moment my boots hit the ground, my skin prickled. The air felt electric, charged with something I couldn't name. The temperature was wrong too. Pockets of freezing cold alternating with waves of oppressive heat, all within a few feet of each other. Move out, whispered Sergeant Hayes, our team leader. Stay tight. Night vision on. The world turned green through my goggles. We approached what looked like an abandoned homestead, a weathered ranch house, a collapsed barn, and several outbuildings that nature was slowly reclaiming. According to our briefing, the government had purchased this property in 2016 through a shell corporation. Since then, 12 military personnel had been stationed here. 8 had requested immediate transfer. 3 had suffered complete psychological breaks. 1 had disappeared. Command, this is Reaper 6, Hayes spoke into his radio. We're at the primary structure. No signs of the previous team. Static answered him. Then a voice, distorted and distant. Reaper 6, maintain perimeter. Say again, Command? You're breaking up. More static than nothing. Comms are down, Hayes said. Probably interference from all the equipment the previous team left behind. Thompson, Silas, checked the main house. Everyone else secured the perimeter. Silas and I moved toward the ranch house. The front door hung open, swaying slightly in a breeze I couldn't feel. Inside, our flashlights revealed a scene of abandonment so recent that coffee cups still sat on tables, half full and growing mold. Papers scattered across the floor, overturned chairs, and on every surface, the walls, the ceiling, even the floor, someone had scrawled the same message over and over in what looked like blood. Don't let it wear your face. Jesus, Silas breathed. What happened here? I picked up one of the papers. It was a log entry dated 3 days ago. Day 47. It's learning. Last night, it mimicked Corporal Davidson's voice perfectly. We heard him calling for help from the north pasture. When we investigated, Davidson was asleep in his bunk. He never left the building. It's studying us, learning our patterns, our voices, the way we move. We've stopped going outside after dark. Even during the day, we stay in groups. You can't tell what's real anymore. We need to leave, I said. Right now, this whole mission is... The scream cut through the night. It was Hayes, his voice rising in pitch until it didn't sound human anymore. Silas and I sprinted outside, weapons raised. The other 3 team members stood in a semicircle, their flashlights pointed at the tree line. Hayes was gone. Where is he? Silas demanded. He was right here. He walked toward the trees, Reynolds said, one of our teammates. Her voice shook. He just walked. We called after him, but he didn't stop. Didn't even look back. That wasn't Hayes, I said. The certainty hit me like a physical blow. Hayes wouldn't just walk away without saying anything. Then what? A sound echoed from the darkness. Footsteps, slow, deliberate. Something was walking through the forest toward us, and it was making no effort to hide its approach. Weapons hot, Silas ordered, taking command. Whatever comes out of those trees, we light it up. The footsteps grew louder, closer. Then they stopped. Reaper team? The voice was Hayes's, identical in every way. What are you doing? I'm right here. A figure emerged from the darkness. It wore Hayes's uniform, had Hayes's face, walked with Hayes's slight limp from an old knee injury, but its eyes were wrong. Too wide, too unblinking, reflecting our flashlights like animals' eyes. Sergeant Reynolds lowered her weapon slightly. Is that you? Of course it's me. The Hayes thing smiled, but the expression was all wrong, like someone who'd learned what a smile looked like, but not what it meant. I just went to check the perimeter, found some interesting tracks. You should come see. Where's your radio? I asked, my weapon still trained on its center mass. The thing tilted its head at an angle that would have snapped a human neck. My radio? I must have dropped it. Help me look for it. Sergeant Hayes would never leave his radio, Silas said quietly. Standard procedure. We drilled that into muscle memory. The creature's smile widened, stretching too far across its face. Its skin rippled like water, and for just a moment, I saw something underneath. Something with too many teeth and eyes in the wrong places. Clever, it said in Hayes's voice. Then the voice changed, cycling through different tones. Reynolds' voice, my voice, Silas's voice, all coming from the same mouth. But you'll make mistakes too. Everyone does. And I'll be watching, learning. By morning, I'll wear one of your faces, and none of you will know which one is real. Silas opened fire. The creature moved faster than anything that side should move, darting sideways and disappearing into the darkness with a sound like laughter mixed with animals screaming. We emptied our magazines into the forest, but it was already gone. Inside, I yelled, "Back to the house, now!" We ran, our training barely keeping panic at bay. As we reached the porch, I looked back and saw shapes moving in the darkness. Dozens of them circling the property, their eyes reflecting our lights. Some walked on 2 legs, others on 4. Some seemed to shift between forms as they moved, never holding one shape for more than a second. We barricaded ourselves inside, pushing furniture against doors and windows. Outside, the things circled and waited. Every few minutes, one would speak in a perfect imitation of someone we knew, our mothers, our friends, our fallen comrades. They were testing us, probing for weakness. The previous team lasted 47 days, Reynolds said, reading another log entry. They documented everything. The creatures, they call them skinwalkers, can copy anything they see. Perfect mimicry, voice, appearance, behavior. But they're not quite right.
Small details. The eyes, the way they move. You have to pay attention. How did the previous team survive? Silas asked. Reynolds' face went pale as she read further. They didn't. According to this final entry, they realized one of them had been replaced 3 days earlier. They'd been living with it, eating with it, talking to it. They never noticed until... She trailed off. Until what? Until it started replacing the others, one by one. The last entry says, "I'm the only real one left. I think, God help me. I can't even trust myself anymore."
A sound from upstairs froze us all. Footsteps. Someone, something was in the house with us. We moved as a unit, weapons raised, climbing the stairs toward the sound. My heart hammered against my ribs. The house groaned around us, and I couldn't tell if it was the building settling or something else moving through the walls. The hallway stretched ahead too long for the size of the house. That wasn't possible. I'd seen the building from outside. It wasn't big enough for a corridor this length. But here we were, walking down an impossible hallway, while doors we hadn't seen before appeared along the walls. "This isn't real," Silas whispered. "It's messing with our perception." A door opened at the end of the hall. Light spilled out, warm, inviting, completely out of place. A figure stood silhouetted in the doorway. "Thank God," the figure said in Sergeant Hayes's voice. "I've been trying to find you guys. Something's wrong with this place. The geometry doesn't make sense." "Stay where you are," I ordered. "Don't move." The figure stepped forward into the light, and I saw it was Hayes, or looked exactly like him. Every detail perfect, from the scar above his left eyebrow to the way he favored his right side when he walked. "What's the protocol phrase?" Silas demanded. "If you're really Hayes, you know the phrase." Before every mission, we established a code word, something to verify identity if things went sideways. Only our team knew it. "The phrase is broken arrow," Hayes said without hesitation. "But you already knew that because I'm the one who said it." He was right. He knew the phrase.
Every detail was perfect, except you're holding your rifle wrong, I said quietly. Hayes is right-handed. You're holding it like a lefty. The thing wearing Hayes's face looked down at its hands, almost curious. Small details. I'm still learning. Its voice changed, cycling through the entire team's voices. But I've learned so much already. Did you know Reynolds calls her mother every Sunday at 6 p.m.? That Silas has nightmares about Kandahar? That you, it looked directly at me, still blame yourself for not saving your brother in that house fire when you were 12? My blood ran cold. I'd never told anyone about that. Never. It reads our minds, Reynolds breathed. That's how it copies us so perfectly. The creature smiled with Hayes's face. Not minds, memories. They're written in your DNA, encoded in every cell. When I taste your skin, I taste your life. Every joy, every fear, every secret you've buried. It took a step closer. By morning, I won't just look like you. I'll be you. Better than you. I'll go home to your families, and they'll never know the difference. Silas fired. The bullet hit center mass, and the creature staggered backward. But the wound didn't bleed. Instead, the flesh rippled and reformed, the bullet hole closing like water flowing together. You can't kill what was never alive, it said. Not in the way you understand. We're older than your species. We were wearing skins and walking among your ancestors when they still lived in caves. We are legion. We are eternal. It lunged. We scattered. Silas and I went left. Reynolds and the others went right. The creatures, I realized, as more shapes poured from the impossible doors, pursued us with relentless efficiency. I lost track of Silas in the chaos. One moment he was beside me, the next I was alone in a room I didn't remember entering. The walls pulsed like living tissue. Photographs hung in crooked frames. Pictures of my family, my childhood, memories I'd forgotten. The creatures were literally pulling my past from my mind and projecting it around me. Impressive, isn't it? I spun around. Silas stood in the doorway, except as Silas had two reflections in the mirror behind him when there should have been only one. How do I know you're real? I asked, my weapon trained on him. You don't, he admitted. That's the point, the real mind game. Even if I tell you something only the real Silas would know, you'll wonder if it read that from your memory. There's no way to prove I'm me. He was right. The paranoia was the real weapon. These things didn't need to kill us. They just needed to make us doubt ourselves, doubt each other, until we tore ourselves apart. We need to burn this place to the ground, I said. It's the only way. Silas, the thing wearing his face, smiled. Now you're thinking tactically. But can you burn it down before we wear all of your faces? Before you become one of us? It stepped closer. The transformation doesn't hurt, you know. The previous team, some of them went willingly, opened themselves up and let us in. It's easier that way. Fighting just prolongs the inevitable. I pulled the trigger. The creature dodged, but I wasn't aiming at it. My bullets shattered the window behind it, letting in the cold night air. Then I pulled the incendiary grenade from my vest. Each of us carried one for emergency equipment destruction.
and threw it into the room. "Fire," I said. "Let's see how well you heal from that." I ran as the grenade detonated, turning the room into an inferno. The creature's screams followed me, horrible, inhuman sounds that cycled through every voice it had stolen. The fire spread quickly through the old house, feeding on decades of dry wood and whatever supernatural force animated this place. I found the real Silas and Reynolds on the ground floor. The others were gone, taken, replaced, or dead. I didn't know. We burst through the front door into the night, where the creatures still circled, but they were different now. Agitated. The fire had disrupted something. Their forms flickered and shifted uncontrollably, unable to maintain the human shapes they'd stolen. I saw flashes of what they really were. Things with too many limbs, mouths where eyes should be, skin that looked borrowed and ill-fitting. "The house is their anchor," Silas said. "Burn it down and we break their hold." We threw everything we had into the fire. Ammunition, grenades, anything flammable. The house roared like a living thing as it died, and the creatures screamed with it. Their human disguises melted away, revealing nightmare shapes that hurt to look at. Geometry that didn't belong in this reality. Colors I didn't have names for. As dawn broke over the Una Basin, the last of the house collapsed into ash. The creatures were gone. Not dead, I suspected, but driven back to whatever space they inhabited. The impossible hallways had vanished. The sense of wrongness that had permeated the air had lifted. We found the remains of Sergeant Hayes 50 yards from the house. He'd been dead for hours, his body partially consumed. The thing that had worn his face had killed him the moment we'd landed, likely studied his corpse to perfect its imitation. The helicopter arrived at noon. A different team, wearing hazmat suits and carrying equipment that hummed with strange frequencies. They didn't seem surprised by our story. Didn't ask many questions, just told us we'd be debriefed at an undisclosed location and reminded us of our security clearances. As we lifted off, I looked back at Skinwalker Ranch. The burned remains of the house still smoldered, but I could already see new shapes moving in the tree line, watching, waiting, learning. "You think it's over?" Silas asked. I met his eyes, looking for any sign that the thing I'd escaped with wasn't the man I'd arrived with. His eyes looked right, his movements natural, but I'd seen how perfect their imitations could be.
"No," I said. "I don't think it's ever over. These things, they've been here longer than us. They'll be here long after we're gone." Silas nodded slowly. "So, what do? We remember everything I said, every detail, every behavioral quirk, because next time they'll be even better at wearing our faces." The helicopter carried us away from that cursed place. But I knew the truth. Part of it would always be with us, in our nightmares, in our paranoia, in the way we'd forever look at our friends and family and wonder, just for a moment, if the person we were talking to was really them. Because that's what Skinwalker Ranch taught me. The most terrifying monsters aren't the ones that hunt us. They're the ones that become us. 3 months later, I received a classified report. Skinwalker Ranch had been sealed. The government had built a concrete dome over the entire property, buried it under 30 feet of earth, and posted armed guards at a secure perimeter. The official record stated the location was contaminated by unspecified hazardous materials. But I knew the truth. They weren't keeping something in. They were keeping it out. And every night, I wonder if those creatures learn to mimic us so perfectly. What's to stop them from walking out of that place wearing human faces? What's to stop them from infiltrating our cities, our homes, our lives? I look at Silas when we meet for our monthly psychiatric evaluations, another requirement of our contract. He looks the same, acts the same, says all the right things. But sometimes when he thinks I'm not watching, I catch him tilting his head at an angle that's just slightly wrong. And I wonder. My name doesn't matter anymore. What matters is what I saw during my 15 years as a park ranger in Wisconsin's Nicolet National Forest. What matters is that I'm writing this down before I forget or before something makes me forget. It started in late October 2019, when 2 hikers failed to return from the Lakewood Trail. Matthew Chen and Ezra Holloway, both experienced outdoorsmen from Milwaukee, had registered for a 3-day backcountry permit. When they didn't check out on schedule, their wives called it in. I took the call at the ranger station. My supervisor, Gabriel Torres, assigned me and another ranger, Carter Mills, to conduct the initial search. Carter was young, fresh out of training, with that eager optimism that hadn't been beaten out of him yet by budget cuts and bureaucratic nonsense. I'd been doing this long enough to know that missing hikers usually meant one of 3 things: injury, getting turned around despite the trail markers, or something they didn't want to be found doing. We started at dawn. The October air bit through our jackets as we headed up the trail, calling their names every few hundred yards. The forest was too quiet. I noticed it immediately. No birds, no squirrels chittering in the branches, just the crunch of our boots on frost-hardened leaves. "You hear that?" Carter asked after about 2 miles. "I don't hear anything." That's the problem. 3 hours in, we found their campsite. The tent was shredded, not cut, shredded, like something had torn through the nylon with claws. Their backpacks were scattered, contents strewn across the clearing. Food containers lay unopened. Their sleeping bags were soaked with something dark that wasn't quite dry. Carter's face went pale. "Is that blood?" I confirmed, a lot of it. But there were no bodies. I radioed it in, and Gabriel told us to secure the scene and wait for the sheriff. While Carter marked off the area with tape, I examined the campsite more carefully. The blood trail led into the woods, but only for about 20 feet before it just stopped. Like whoever or whatever had been bleeding had simply vanished. That's when I saw the tracks. They were footprints, but wrong. Too large, maybe 18 inches long, with claw marks gouged deep into the soft earth. They looked almost human, but the toe spread was too wide, and there was something about the gait pattern that made my stomach turn. The stride length was impossible, at least 6 feet between prints. Whatever made them had been moving fast. "Carter," I called out, keeping my voice steady. "Come look at this." He walked over, following my pointing finger to the tracks. I watched the color drain from his face. What the hell made those? I didn't answer because I didn't have an answer. In 15 years of rangering, I'd seen bear tracks, wolf tracks, even the occasional mountain lion that wasn't supposed to be this far north. These were none of those things. Sheriff's deputies arrived around noon, Isaac Rodriguez and Jaden Park. They took photos, collected samples of the blood, and Isaac made a joke about bears getting aggressive before hibernation. But I saw how his hands stayed near his sidearm the whole time we were in that clearing. He saw those tracks too. We searched until nightfall, expanding in a grid pattern from the campsite. Found nothing. No bodies, no more blood, no trace of Matthew or Ezra beyond that clearing. As the sun set and shadows stretched long between the trees, I felt something I hadn't felt in years of working in these woods. Fear. The kind of fear that lives in your hind brain, older than language. The fear that kept our ancestors alive when we were prey instead of predators. "We'll resume at first light," Gabriel said when we returned to the station. "Get some rest." Rest. Right. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept seeing those tracks, kept thinking about the stride length, kept wondering what could move that fast on two legs and why there were no drag marks, no sign that the victims had been carried away. Around 2 a.m., I gave up and drove back to the station to review the incident reports from the past few months. What I found didn't help me sleep any better. 7 missing persons in the last 6 months, all within a 20-mile radius. Hikers, hunters, even a local man named Luca Patterson who'd lived in these woods his whole life. All experienced outdoorsmen, all vanished without a trace. The reports had been filed by different rangers, handled by different deputies, never connected because the forest is vast and people get lost. But they weren't just lost. I knew it in my gut. I pulled up the old folklore records we kept in the archive, more for tourist information than anything else. The Menominee and Ojibwe tribes who'd originally inhabited this land had stories about these woods. Stories about things that walked upright like men but weren't men. Things that were always hungry. One entry written by a ranger named Anthony Blackwood in 1987 caught my eye. Received report from local Menominee elder about increased activity of Wendigo in the northern sections. Elder claimed the creature had been awakened by logging operations disturbing old burial grounds. Dismissed as superstition, but recommend keeping aware of indigenous cultural concerns. Wendigo. I knew the word vaguely, some kind of cannibalistic spirit from Native American mythology. My phone buzzed. Text from Gabriel. Another hiker missing. Dylan Reeves. Get to the station now. I looked at the clock. 3:47 a.m. This was going to be a long day. Dylan Reeves had been camping alone near Franklin Lake, about 8 miles from where Matthew and Ezra had disappeared. His girlfriend Sarah expected him back the previous evening. When he didn't show and didn't answer his phone, she called it in. The search party assembled at dawn. Me, Carter, Gabriel, and 2 volunteers from the County Search and Rescue, Lincoln Hayes and Thomas Ward. The forecast called for rain by afternoon, which meant any tracks or traces would be washed away if we didn't move fast. We found Dylan's campsite by mid-morning. Same story as before, tent shredded, gear scattered, blood on the ground. But this time there was more. His truck was still parked at the trailhead, keys in the ignition, driver's door hanging open. Long scratches gouged through the paint on the passenger side, deep enough to reach bare metal. "Jesus Christ," Lincoln whispered, running his hand along the scratches. "What has claws like this?" Thomas was examining the ground near the truck. "Got tracks here, multiple sets." He paused, face troubled. "They're circling the vehicle like they were watching." I crouched down next to him. The tracks were the same as before, those impossible humanoid prints with claws. But there were more of them this time, at least 3 different sets. And Thomas was right. They circled the truck repeatedly, overlapping and crisscrossing like whatever made them had been pacing. We followed the blood trail into the woods. It led deeper than before, nearly a quarter mile before stopping abruptly at the base of a massive white pine. I tilted my head back, following the trunk up into the canopy, 50 feet above. There, wedged in the fork of two branches, was Dylan's jacket, still dripping. "How the hell did it get up there?" Carter asked. "It was thrown," Gabriel said quietly.
Look at the trajectory. It was thrown from ground level with enough force to reach that height. We all stood there staring up at that jacket, none of us wanting to say what we were all thinking. Nothing human could throw something that high, that hard. "We need to call this in to the FBI," I said. "Whatever's doing this, it's not a bear, it's not a wolf, and we need federal resources." Gabriel shook his head. "With what evidence? Giant footprints? They'll think we're insane." "The sheriff already thinks this is just bears and bad luck. 3 people dead in a week isn't bad luck." "We don't know they're dead," Gabriel interrupted. "We haven't found bodies." "We found blood. Lots of it. They're dead, Gabriel." A sound cut through our argument. A howl, deep and resonant, echoing through the trees. But it wasn't quite a howl. It had too much variation, too much complexity. It sounded almost like words, like someone trying to form speech with a throat not designed for it. Every hair on my body stood on end. "Back to the trucks," Gabriel ordered. "Now." We moved quickly, but not running. Some instinct told us that running would be the worst thing we could do, that we needed to stay calm, stay quiet, not trigger a chase response in whatever was watching us, because I could feel it, watching, could feel eyes tracking us through the undergrowth. Halfway back to the vehicles, Carter stopped dead. "Something's following us." "Keep moving," I hissed. "No, listen!" We all froze. Footsteps, heavy, deliberate, pacing us through the forest about 50 yards to our left, moving parallel to our path, but not approaching. Not yet. Then I saw it, through a gap in the trees, just for a moment, a shape moving through the shadows. Upright like a man, but wrong, so wrong. The proportions were off, arms too long, head too large, and it was covered in dark, shaggy fur. When it turned, I caught a glimpse of its face, or where a face should have been. Instead, I saw something that looked like a dog's muzzle, extended into a grotesque snout, jaw hanging open to reveal too many teeth. It looked directly at me, made eye contact, and in that moment, I understood with absolute certainty that it knew I'd seen it, knew and didn't care. Then it was gone, melting back into the forest like smoke. "Did you?" Carter's voice shook. "Did you see that?" "Move," Gabriel barked. "Move now." We didn't run, but we walked fast, weapons drawn. The footsteps kept pace with us the entire way back, always just out of sight, always there. When we finally reached the trucks and piled in, I saw more tracks in the dirt around the vehicles, fresh ones made while we'd been in the woods. Whatever it was, there were more of them, and they'd been examining our trucks while we were searching for Dylan. As we pulled out, I looked back at the tree line. 3 shapes stood there in the shadows between the pines, man-sized, but not men, watching us leave. They didn't move, didn't make a sound, just watched. "Dogman," Lincoln said from the back seat, his voice barely a whisper. "My grandfather used to tell stories. Said there were things in these woods that walked on two legs like men, but had the heads of wolves. Said the old tribes used to leave offerings to keep them away from the villages." "That's just folklore," Gabriel said, but his hands were white-knuckled on the steering wheel. "Is it?" I asked, because I just saw it. We all saw it. Nobody answered. Nobody had an answer. Back at the station, we filed our reports, carefully dancing around what we'd actually seen. "Large animal," I wrote. "Species unknown, potentially dangerous. Recommend closing the northern trails until further notice." Gabriel approved the closure, but I knew it wouldn't be enough. The things we'd seen weren't confined to trails. They went wherever they wanted, did whatever they wanted, and they were hunting. That night, I couldn't shake the image of that face, the dog-like snout, the human-like intelligence in those eyes. I'd seen predators before, had seen how bears and wolves looked at prey. This was different. This thing had looked at me with something like amusement, like it was playing a game it knew it would win. I was researching Dogman sightings on my laptop when my phone rang. Unknown number. "Hello?" Static. Then breathing. Heavy, wet breathing like something panting. "Who is this?" More breathing, then a sound that might have been a growl or might have been a laugh. The line went dead. I checked my doors and windows twice before going to bed, slept with my service weapon on the nightstand, kept the lights on. Outside, somewhere in the darkness, something howled. Not quite wolf, not quite human, just wrong. The trail closures didn't stop them. Of course they didn't. When you're dealing with something that isn't supposed to exist, rules and regulations don't mean much. Maverick Stone and Elias Crawford were hunting illegally in the closed section 3 days after Dylan vanished. We only found out when Maverick stumbled into a gas station on Highway 32 at 6 a.m., covered in blood and babbling about the giant. I was off duty when Gabriel called, told me to meet him at the hospital in Crandon. By the time I arrived, Maverick had been sedated. He'd been hysterical, trying to climb out a second-story window, screaming that they could smell him through the walls. "He keeps talking about Elias," Gabriel told me in the hallway. "Says something took him right in front of him, tore him apart." "Where?" "Old logging road near Butternut Lake, northern section." He's not making much sense, but we've got to check it out. This time we went prepared. 6 of us. Me, Gabriel, Carter, Sheriff Isaac Rodriguez, and 2 deputies, Josiah Kern and Charles Wright. We carried rifles in addition to our sidearms. Charles brought his hunting shotgun, loaded with slugs. We didn't talk about what we were hunting for, didn't need to. The logging road was overgrown, hadn't been used in years. We had to hike the last 2 miles when the trail became impassable. Morning mist clung to the ground, turning the forest into something otherworldly, transforming every shadow into a potential threat. "Tracks," Josiah called out, "fresh ones." They were everywhere. The same impossibly large humanoid prints we'd seen before, but also something new. These prints were even bigger, easily 2 feet long, with a stride that suggested something massive, something that walked upright but left impressions too deep for any human. Bigfoot, Carter said, and nobody laughed, because what else could make tracks like that? We followed them deeper into the forest, away from any marked trail, into old-growth timber that had never been logged. The trees here were ancient, massive white pines and hemlocks that blocked out most of the sunlight. The mist thickened, reducing visibility to maybe 20 feet. That's when we found Elias, or what was left of him. I've seen bad deaths, car accidents, drownings, even a hunter who'd been mauled by a bear. Nothing prepared me for this. Elias had been dismembered, arms torn from sockets, legs bent at impossible angles. His torso had been ripped open, ribs spread wide like fingers, and he'd been arranged, positioned against a tree in a sitting position, arms laid across his lap, head tilted to one side, like he was sleeping. This wasn't an animal attack. This was a message. Charles vomited. Josiah started praying under his breath, rapid Spanish that I didn't understand, but recognized as
Catholic. Isaac called for backup on the radio, but all he got was static. "No signal," he said. "We're too deep. We need to get him out of here," Gabriel said, not taking his eyes off the corpse. "Get him to the corner. Figure out what did this." "We know what did this," I said quietly. "Question is, why?" A branch snapped somewhere in the mist behind us. We all spun, weapons raised. Nothing there. Just fog and shadows and the ancient trees watching us with knots that look too much like eyes. "Let's work fast," Gabriel ordered. "Get him in a bag. We leave in 10 minutes. We'd brought a body bag, hoping we wouldn't need it, but knowing we probably would. Carter and I started the grim work of collecting Elias's remains while the others kept watch, forming a perimeter around us. That's when I noticed the symbols carved into the tree bark in a circle around where Elias had been placed. Crude pictographs that looked incredibly old. I recognized some of them from the Native American folklore archives. Warnings, protection symbols, territorial markers. "Gabriel, you need to see this." He came over, studied the carvings, face going pale. "How old are these?" "Can't be more than a day or two. The sap's still fresh." I traced one of the symbols with my finger. Someone or something carved these recently after Elias was killed. Jesus Christ, what does it mean? In Menominee tradition, markings like these indicate sacred ground, ground that's forbidden to humans, places where the old spirits still dwell. I straightened up. I think we're trespassing. A sound rippled through the forest, a vocalization like nothing I'd ever heard. Part roar, part scream, part something that might have been language. It echoed off the trees, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere. "Move!" Isaac shouted. "Everyone back to the trucks." We grabbed what we could of Elias and ran. Behind us, trees shook as something massive moved through the forest, keeping pace with us, but staying hidden in the mist. I caught glimpses, a huge, hair-covered arm pushing branches aside, a massive head silhouetted against the fog, eyes that reflected our flashlight beams like an animal's, but also like humans. It was hurting us, I realized, pushing us in a specific direction, making sure we left its territory.
Every time we tried to deviate from a straight path back to the logging road, something would appear in our peripheral vision, making us change direction. When we finally broke free of the tree line and reached the vehicles, we were all gasping, hands shaking. I looked back at the forest. There, just inside the shadow of the trees, a figure stood. It had to be 8 feet tall, maybe 9, covered in reddish-brown hair, broad shoulders, massive arms that hung down past its knees. Its face was flat, more human than ape, with intelligent eyes that tracked our every movement. It watched us for a long moment, then turned and walked away. Not hurrying, not running, just walking, confident that we posed no threat to it. Within seconds, it had vanished into the mist like it had never been there at all. "Did everyone see that?" Charles asked, voice shaking. "Tell me you all saw that." We all nodded. We'd all seen it, which meant we couldn't pretend anymore. Couldn't rationalize it away as shadows or stress or misidentification. It was real. They were all real. The drive back was silent except for Josiah's continued prayers. When we reached the ranger station and started unloading Elias's remains, Gabriel pulled me aside. "We can't report this. Not accurately. They'll think we've lost our minds." "People are dying, Gabriel. We have to warn people. Close the entire forest." Close 1 million acres of national forest because of what? Bigfoot? You know how that sounds? We'll be laughed out of our jobs, and the forest will stay open anyway. So what do? He was quiet for a long time. "We find someone who knows about this, someone who's dealt with it before." "Who?" "The tribes. The Menominee Reservation is an hour away. If these things are real, if they're what the legends say they are, then maybe the people who've been telling those legends for centuries know how to deal with them." It was the first sensible thing anyone had said in days. That afternoon, I made a phone call to the Menominee Tribal Council, explained who I was, what we'd been seeing. There was a long pause on the other end of the line. "Then you've seen the skinwalkers and the standing tall one. Yes. Then you're in danger, all of you. These beings do not forgive trespass, do not forgive disrespect. You've entered their land, disturbed their peace. Now they will hunt you. What do? You leave. You close the forest and you leave. And you pray they don't follow you home. We can't just abandon. You can and you must, or you will die, all of you. There is another, worse than the skinwalkers, older than the standing tall one, the Wendigo, the hungry spirit. It has awakened, and it is always hungry." The line went dead. I stood there with the phone in my hand, feeling cold despite the heated office. Whatever was in those woods, we were just beginning to understand how much danger we were actually in. That night, something scratched at my windows. Long, slow scrapes of claws on glass. I turned on every light in the house and sat in my living room with my rifle across my lap until dawn. When morning came, I found 5 massive handprints pressed into the frost on my front door, each finger-tipped with a deep groove where claws had scraped the wood. They knew where I lived. The attacks escalated. Over the next week, 4 more people vanished from the Nicolet National Forest. Caleb Morrison, Christopher Tate, Ezekiel Young, and Miles Bradley. 2 were hikers, ignoring the closure warnings. 1 was a local teenager looking for a good place to party. The last was a wildlife photographer who'd heard rumors of a mystery primate and wanted proof. We found pieces of all of them. The FBI finally got involved. 2 agents named Jackson Pierce and Isaiah Martinez flew in from Milwaukee. They interviewed us separately, clearly skeptical of our reports. I could see it in their eyes. They thought we were covering for something. Maybe a serial killer. Maybe our own incompetence. "Let me get this straight," Agent Pierce said, leaning back in his chair. "You're telling me that these people were killed by cryptids, Bigfoot, and werewolves?" "We call them dogmen," I said evenly. "And yes, that's exactly what I'm telling you." "Have you been drinking, Ranger?" "Ranger, I have not. I've seen them multiple times. So have 5 other Rangers and 3 sheriff's deputies. We have tracks, we have witness statements, we have attack patterns that don't match any known animal. We have bodies torn apart in ways that suggest extreme strength and large claws," Martinez added, looking at his notes. "The coroner says the bite radius on the victim suggests a canine predator with a jaw span of at least 12 in. That's twice the size of a gray wolf." "Could be a bear," Pierce said. "Bears don't walk upright, don't use tools, and don't arrange bodies in ritualistic patterns," Martinez countered. He looked at me. "What do you think we're dealing with?" Finally, someone asking the right questions. "I think we're dealing with something that's been here longer than us. Something that usually stays hidden, but has been pushed into conflict by increasing human presence in the forest. The logging, the development, the hiking traffic. We've been encroaching on their territory for decades. Now, they're pushing back." "Their territory," Pierce said flatly. "You're talking about them like they're intelligent." "They are intelligent. That's what makes them so dangerous. They're not just animals acting on instinct. They're thinking, planning, communicating with each other. They're organized." Pierce exchanged a look with Martinez. I could see them mentally filing me under traumatized and delusional. They weren't going to help. They were going to write a report about incompetent rangers who couldn't handle their jobs and needed psychiatric evaluation. "Thank you for your time, Ranger," Pierce said, standing. "We'll continue our investigation." Translation: they'd investigate us, find nothing criminal, and eventually the case would go cold, while the deaths would be blamed on animal attacks and tragic accidents. People would keep dying, and nobody would do a damn thing about it. After they left, Gabriel called a meeting. All the rangers, all the deputies who'd witnessed the attacks, and one more person, an elderly Menominee man named Andrew Blackwater, who'd driven down from the reservation. Andrew was in his 70s, white-haired, with the kind of weathered face that spoke of decades spent outdoors. He listened quietly as we recounted our experiences, nodding occasionally but not interrupting. When we finished, he was silent for a long moment. "My grandfather saw the Wendigo," he finally said.
1923. Winter. Worst winter on record. People were starving. Animals had all gone to ground or migrated, and the Wendigo came. He pulled out a tobacco pouch, carefully rolled a cigarette with gnarled fingers. Nobody told him he couldn't smoke inside. Wendigo was a man once. Menominee hunter named Nathan lived in the old village near what's now the northern section of the forest. Story says he got lost during a hunt, couldn't find his way back. Winter came early that year. He ran out of food, started eating tree bark, grass, anything. Wasn't enough. Then he found a body, another hunter who'd frozen to death, and Nathan was so hungry. Andrew lit the cigarette, took a long drag. He ate, and in eating human flesh, he invited the Wendigo spirit into himself, became something other than human, something that could never be satisfied, no matter how much it ate, always hungry, always hunting. His heart turned to ice. His body grew tall and thin, bones pushing through skin. Hands became claws, teeth became fangs, and his hunger became all-consuming. "That's just a legend," one of the deputies, Joshua Banks, said. "Is it?" Andrew fixed him with a hard stare. "Your legends say God turned a woman into salt for looking back. A man parted a sea. A virgin gave birth. But my people's legends? Those are just stories." Joshua had no answer for that. "The Wendigo is real," Andrew continued, "and its hunting in your forest has been for 100 years, taking people when winter comes and food is scarce. Used to be we could keep it satisfied with offerings, leave deer carcasses in the woods, never take more game than we needed, respect the balance. But you don't believe in balance. You believe in conquest. You've driven away the game, cut down the trees, filled the forest with people who don't respect the old ways. And now the Wendigo is starving again. How do we stop it?" I asked. "You don't. You can't kill something that's already dead, can't reason with something that's given up its humanity. Best you can do is drive it away, make it leave your territory. But that takes power, spiritual power, and sacrifice." "What kind of sacrifice?" Andrew stubbed out his cigarette. "The kind you might not be willing to make." Before I could ask what he meant, Carter burst into the room, face pale, phone in his hand. "There's been another attack right on the edge of town, Adrian's hardware store. Multiple casualties." We scrambled, piling into vehicles and racing toward town. The hardware store was on Main Street, a place I'd been 100 times. As we pulled up, I saw the shattered front windows, the blood, the screaming people running from the building. And I saw them, 3 of the dogmen, moving through the store like a coordinated assault team. They were fast, impossibly fast, grabbing people and dragging them toward the back of the building. One of them had Nolan Harris, the store owner, by the ankle, pulling him screaming across the floor while he clawed uselessly at the linoleum. "Open fire!" Isaac shouted, and we did. The bullets hit. I saw them impact, saw the creatures flinch, but they didn't go down, didn't even slow much. One of them turned towards us, blood matting its fur where we'd shot it, and its lips pulled back in what could only be described as a smile. Then it charged. I fired 3 more times, center mass, and it was like shooting a grizzly bear. It felt the impacts, but momentum kept it coming. At the last second, it veered away, smashing through the glass door and vanishing into the street, Nolan's body still clenched in its jaws. The other 2 followed, moving on all 4s now for speed, carrying their prey with them. We pursued, but they were too fast, leaping over cars and disappearing into the nearby woods before we could get a clear shot. Behind us, the hardware store was a scene of carnage. 4 dead, 6 wounded. Witnesses babbling about wolves and monsters and demons. Cell phone videos already uploading to social media. No way to suppress this anymore. No way to pretend it wasn't happening. That night, the governor declared a state of emergency. National Guard mobilized. The forest was officially closed. All access points blocked. A curfew was established for the surrounding towns. News helicopters circled overhead, journalists demanding answers nobody could give. And in the forest, something howled. Not one voice, dozens of them. A chorus of the damned rising from the darkness. The dogmen were calling to each other, organizing, preparing for what came next. I stood at the edge of town looking at the tree line and realized with absolute certainty that they were done hiding, done being cautious. Whatever equilibrium had existed before was broken. This was war now, and we were losing. The National Guard established a perimeter around Cranon, armored vehicles and armed soldiers at every intersection. Floodlights lit up the night, turning darkness into day. Helicopters with thermal imaging cameras patrolled overhead. The message was clear. We were taking control, establishing dominance, showing these creatures that humanity wouldn't be terrorized. They didn't understand what they were dealing with. I did. I'd seen the intelligence in those eyes, seen how they coordinated their attacks. These weren't animals to be scared off by lights and noise. They were apex predators who'd been in these woods for centuries, who knew every trail and hollow, every cave and stream. This was their territory, and we were the invaders. The next attack came at 2 a.m. They hit the southern checkpoint. 4 dogmen moving in perfect coordination, taking out the floodlights first, plunging the intersection into darkness. Then they were among the soldiers, moving too fast for the thermal scopes to track, ripping through Kevlar and body armor like tissue paper. Santiago Reyes, a National Guard lieutenant, managed to call for backup before they got him. By the time reinforcements arrived, 7 soldiers were dead and the creatures were gone, vanished back into the forest like ghosts. The governor wanted to send in more troops, treat this like an insurgency, but General Elijah Washington, who'd taken command of the operation, pulled me aside the next morning. I've been to Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria, fought human enemies in every terrain imaginable. This is different. My men are terrified. Trained soldiers are having panic attacks. How do you fight something you can't track, can't predict, can't even confirm is real until it's killing you? You don't, I said. You evacuate, get everyone out of these towns, establish a cordon 50 miles back, and pray they don't follow. That's surrender. That's survival. He didn't like it, but he knew I was right. The evacuation orders went out that afternoon. Mandatory evacuation of Cranon, Lakewood, and 3 other small towns in the area. People resisted at first, angry about abandoning their homes. Then the video started circulating. Cell phone video from the hardware store attack, thermal imaging from the military checkpoint, footage of something large and bipedal tearing through armed soldiers like they were children. People started packing. I was helping coordinate the evacuation when Andrew found me again. "There's another way," he said, "but it's dangerous. Probably suicide." I'm listening. The Wendigo is the alpha, the leader, the dogmen, the standing tall ones. They're all connected to it spiritually. It's the hunger made manifest, the predator instinct given form. If we can destroy it, banish its spirit, the others will retreat, go back into hiding. I said you can't kill it. I said you can't. I can. But I'll need help, and I'll need someone to distract it while I perform the ritual. That's the suicide part. Yes. I looked at the chaos around us. Soldiers loading civilians onto buses, parents clutching children, elderly people being helped into vehicles.
All these people running from something that shouldn't exist, fleeing their homes because we failed to protect them. What do you need? Andrew laid it out. The Wendigo's lair would be in the heart of its territory, the oldest, most isolated part of the forest, near the original Menominee village site. We'd need to go in at night, when it was most active, when it would be hunting. We'd need to draw it out, keep it distracted long enough for Andrew to complete a banishment ritual that required, I'm not making this up, sacred tobacco, blood from a willing sacrifice, and prayers in the old language. I'll need at least 20 minutes, Andrew said. You need to keep it focused on you for that long. 20 minutes against something that's killed a dozen people and can rip through body armor? Yes. I looked at the evacuation operation, thought about Matthew and Ezra, about Dylan, about all the others who died because we didn't understand what we were dealing with. Thought about how this thing would keep killing unless someone stopped it. I'll need help, I said. People who've seen these things and survived. People who understand what we're up against. By nightfall, I had a team. Carter, Gabriel, Isaac, and 3 others. Aaron Diaz, Ryan McCarthy, and Angel Cordova, all rangers who'd encountered the creatures and lived to tell about it. Cooper Willis, a local hunter who'd lost his brother to the attacks. Wayon Tucker, a former Marine who'd ignored the evacuation orders and stayed behind to kill whatever the hell these things are. 10 of us, against the Wendigo and whatever else was in those woods. Terrible odds, but better than doing nothing. We went in at midnight, armed with everything we could carry. Rifles, shotguns, flares, flashlights, Cooper's crossbow, Wayon's night vision. Andrew carried a leather bag filled with ritual items and a determination that scared me more than the creatures did. The forest at night was a different world. Our flashlights seemed to barely penetrate the darkness, creating small islands of light in an ocean of shadow. Every sound was amplified, the crunch of leaves under our boots, the rustle of wind through branches, the distant sounds of things moving through the undergrowth. We saw eyes reflecting our lights, dozens of them watching from the darkness, pacing us as we moved deeper into the woods. The dogmen were herding us again, but this time we were letting them, leading us to their master. 2 hours in, we reached the old village site, a clearing where ancient foundation stones and rotted wooden posts marked where the Menominee had once lived. At the center of the clearing stood a massive tree, dead for decades, its bare branches reaching toward the sky like skeletal fingers. "This is it," Andrew said. "This is where Nathan became the window, where he first tasted human flesh. This is its anchor to the physical world." Something moved in the tree. We raised our weapons, lights converging on the trunk, and saw it descending. A figure that had once been human, but had grown, twisted, transformed into something nightmarish. It was easily 12 feet tall, impossibly thin, skin stretched tight over protruding bones. Its arms were too long, tipped with black claws. Its face was skull-like, eyes sunken deep in sockets that glowed with a sickly yellow light. And its mouth, God, its mouth was far too wide, filled with broken, yellowed teeth that looked more like shards of bone. The window, the hungry spirit, the devourer of men. It dropped to the ground, and I heard the impact in my chest like a bass drum. It stood there, regarding us with those terrible eyes, and I felt its hunger like a physical presence, an endless, aching void that could never be filled. "Now," Andrew shouted, pulling out his ritual items. We opened fire. The Wendigo moved faster than anything that size had any right to move, serpentine and fluid despite its skeletal appearance. Our bullets hit. I saw them impact, saw dark fluid splatter, but it didn't slow down. It came at us like death itself, claws slashing. Easton Reed went down first, caught by a backhand that sent him flying 15 feet into a tree. I heard bones break. He didn't get up. "Keep it away from Andrew," Gabriel shouted, and we spread out, trying to create a perimeter around the old ranger as he chanted in a language I didn't understand, spreading tobacco in a circle, cutting his palm and letting blood drip onto the earth. The window seemed to realize what Andrew was doing. It turned toward him, but Carter stepped in front of it and emptying his shotgun into its chest. The creature shrieked, a sound like metal scraping on metal, and turned its attention to Carter. I saw what happened next in slow motion. The window lunged, claws extended, and Carter dove aside, but not quite fast enough.
Those black claws raked across his side, and Carter went down, screaming, blood spreading across his uniform. "No!" I ran toward him, but Isaac grabbed my arm. "You can't help him. Keep it distracted." The dogmen were circling now, drawn by the commotion, waiting for their chance. I saw them in my peripheral vision, dark shapes moving between the trees. We were surrounded, outmatched, and our plan was falling apart. Andrew's chanting grew louder, more urgent. The tobacco circle around him had started to glow, a faint blue-white light that seemed to pain the window. It shrieked again and charged toward Andrew, and this time there was nothing between them. Wayon stepped into its path and opened fire with his assault rifle. Full auto, every round finding its target. The window staggered, actually staggered, and for a moment I thought we might have a chance. Then it grabbed Wayon with one massive hand and threw him. He hit the ground 30 feet away and didn't move.
The Wendigo reached for Andrew, claws extended, and I knew we were out of time. The ritual wasn't complete. We'd failed. People would keep dying, and it would be my fault for thinking we could fight something like this. But Andrew didn't stop chanting. Even as those claws descended toward him, even facing certain death, he kept speaking those ancient words, and the light around him grew brighter, expanding beyond the tobacco circle, washing over the Wendigo like a wave. The creature screamed, a sound of pure agony, and stumbled backward. Smoke began rising from its body where the light touched it. Andrew's voice reached a crescendo, and he threw something at the creature, a small bundle wrapped in cloth that burst into flames mid-flight, striking the Wendigo in the chest. The flames spread instantly, crawling over its body. But these weren't normal flames. They were the same blue-white color as the light, and where they touched, the Wendigo's flesh began to dissolve, crumble, turn to ash. The creature thrashed, shrieking, trying to extinguish the flames, but they kept spreading. It turned to run, but its legs gave out. It fell to its knees, then forward, and as it hit the ground, it began to break apart like an ancient mummy exposed to air. Within seconds, all that remained was a pile of bones and ash around a blackened, shriveled heart. Andrew collapsed, exhausted from the ritual. The light faded, and in the forest around us, the dogmen began to retreat, melting back into the darkness. Without the Wendigo's presence, without its hunger driving them, they were just animals again. Rare, powerful, dangerous, but no longer organized, no longer hunting. We'd won. Barely. At terrible cost, but we'd won. The official report says that a rabid bear pack was responsible for the deaths in the Nicolet National Forest. That animal control teams hunted down and killed the animals involved. That the forest has been deemed safe for public access. Again, it's all lies, of course, but necessary lies. People don't want to know the truth, can't handle the truth. Easier to believe in rabid bears than to accept that there are things in the deep woods that are older than human civilization. Things that don't fit into our neat, rational worldview. The forest reopened 6 months later. Most people came back to their homes. Life returned to normal. Sort of. Carter recovered from his injuries, but he took a transfer to a ranger station in Colorado. Said he needed to see different trees. Gabriel retired early, moved to Florida, as far from forests as he could get. Andrew Blackwater died in his sleep 2 months after the ritual. Peaceful, according to his family. I think he gave everything he had that night. burned up whatever life force remained in his old body to fuel the banishment. I'm still here, still a ranger in the Nicolay. Someone has to be. Someone has to remember. Someone has to watch for signs that the balance is being disturbed again. Because here's the thing, they don't tell you about monsters. They're not gone. They're just waiting, hiding. The Wendigo is destroyed, but there are other things in these woods. The dogmen still hunt when the moon is dark. Bigfoot still walks the old-growth sections. They're quieter now, more careful, but they're there. I see their tracks sometimes in the early morning when the frost is still on the ground. Find trees marked with territorial scratches too high for any bear to reach. Hear howls at night that don't quite sound like wolves. And sometimes, late at night, when I'm alone in the ranger station doing paperwork, I'll feel eyes on me. I look up at the windows and see nothing but darkness and my own reflection. But I know something's out there just beyond the glass, watching, remembering, waiting to see if humans will make the same mistakes again. The forest remembers, the old spirits remember, and now I remember too. I keep Andrew's tobacco pouch in my desk drawer just in case, because I've learned that the line between civilization and wilderness is thinner than we like to think, that there are places where the old rules still apply, where beings older than history still hold dominion, and I've learned that sometimes the monsters are real. I'm writing this down so someone else will know. So if the attacks start again, and eventually they will, someone will understand what they're dealing with. Someone will know that you can't defeat these things with guns and soldiers and rational thinking. You need to understand them first, respect them, acknowledge that we share this world with forces we don't fully comprehend and never will. The forests are deep and dark, and they hold secrets we weren't meant to know. Sometimes the best thing we can do is leave those secrets buried. But if you ever find yourself in the woods at night and you hear something that sounds almost human, but not quite, something that makes the hair on the back of your neck stand up and your hindbrain scream for you to run, listen to that instinct, because it's real. All of it. The things that walk like men, but aren't men. The things that hunger and hunt and remember. They're all real, and they're still out there. The bus wheels ground against gravel as we pulled into the campsite that September afternoon in 2015. I was 16 years old. A Ben, just another face in a class of 30 students heading out for our annual week-long wilderness retreat. Now, years later, I teach at that same school. And every September when the permission slips come across my desk, I think about what happened that week. I think about the choice I almost made and the door I didn't open. The air smelled of pine needles and damp earth as we filed off the bus, our backpacks heavy with clothes we'd probably never wear and snacks we'd devour within days. The campsite consisted of a main lodge and 6 smaller cottages scattered among the trees. 3 for the girls, 3 for the boys, each about 100 yards apart. The sun-setting sun filtered through the branches, casting long shadows that stretched across the clearing like grasping fingers. Our cottage was the farthest from the main lodge, tucked against the tree line where the forest grew thick and dark. The windows faced the woods, and I remember thinking how the glass looked black even in daylight, reflecting nothing but shadows. The floorboards creaked under our weight as we claimed our bunks and unpacked,
the sound echoing in a way that made the space feel hollower than it was. Brandon was causing trouble before we'd even finished settling in. He'd been a problem since freshman year, the kind of kid who knew exactly how far he could push before facing real consequences. His parents had money, and his athletic record was flawless. He'd led our school to 3 championship wins in track and field. That bought him a lot of immunity. I watched from the cottage porch as he targeted Amy in the clearing outside. She was quiet, bookish, the type who kept her head down and her grades up. That made her an easy mark for Brandon's particular brand of cruelty. He'd started with verbal jabs, mocking her clothes, her hair, the way she walked. Now he was circling her like a predator, his voice carrying across the clearing.
What's wrong, Amy? Going to cry? Going to run to Mr. Sullivan again? Amy's face flushed red. I could see her hands trembling at her sides, curled into small fists that she wouldn't use. She never fought back. That's what made it worse. Tyler, one of the boys from the other cottage, saw what was happening and strode over. He wasn't particularly big, but he had a quiet intensity that made people pay attention. Back off, Brandon. Brandon laughed. Or what? You gonna make me? What happened next was fast. Tyler grabbed Brandon by his shirt and shoved him hard. Brandon stumbled backwards, surprised. Grace, who'd been standing nearby, moved between them, her eyes blazing. Tyler only showed emotion when Grace was around, and seeing Amy bullied had set something off in him. The teachers intervened quickly, pulling them apart. Mr. Sullivan's voice cut through the commotion. That's enough. All of you cool down. But I could see the rage hadn't left Brandon's eyes. He was just waiting for another opportunity. The camp activities that afternoon were standard fare. Trust falls, rope courses, team-building exercises that none of us really wanted to do. Brandon dominated every physical challenge. Of course, he had a way of making even his victories feel aggressive, celebrating in ways that put others down. By the time evening approached, the tension was thick enough to choke on. Dinner was served in the main lodge. Long tables of camp food that tasted like cardboard. I sat with Monica, Vanessa, Keisha, and Tamara, the girls from my cottage. We picked at our food and watched as Brandon harassed Amy again, this time stealing food from her tray while Mr. Sullivan was distracted. As we headed back to the cottages after dinner, the sun had fully set. The path was lit by solar lamps that cast weak, yellowing light. Brandon was ahead of us, and Amy was unfortunately nearby. I saw him stick his foot out, saw Amy try to avoid it, but she caught the edge of his shoe and went down hard. The sound of her head hitting the rock was wet and hollow, a sick thud that made my stomach drop. Amy cried out more from shock than pain at first, but then the pain came. Blood began streaming from a gash on her forehead, and she clutched at her ankle, which had twisted at an unnatural angle when she fell. Brandon stood there for a second, and I swear I saw something like fear flash across his face, but then it was gone, replaced by his usual sneer. "Should watch where you're going," he said. Mr. Sullivan appeared so quickly it was startling. His hand shot out and grabbed Brandon by the collar, and with one motion, he lifted and threw him. Brandon landed hard, 3 or 4 feet away, the air knocked out of his lungs. "Stay down," Mr. Sullivan said, his voice carrying a tone I'd never heard from him before. Cold, flat, dangerous. He scooped up Amy carefully, one arm under her knees, the other supporting her back. She was crying, blood soaking into his sleeve. He turned to face all of us, and his expression made several students step back. "Brandon, you will not enter any cabin or cottage while we are here. Not one. And if anyone thinks about letting him in, you will be expelled immediately. No discussion, no second chances. The other teachers moved to enforce this, forming a barrier as Mr. Sullivan carried Amy toward his cabin. Brandon sat on the ground, dirt streaking his white shirt, and for the first time since I'd known him, he looked genuinely scared. Back in our cottage, we locked the door and collapsed onto our bunks. The temperature had dropped significantly once the sun had gone down, and despite the portable heater in the corner, the room felt drafty. Cold air seemed to seep through invisible cracks, and the windows rattled slightly in their frames. "Did you see how far Mr. Sullivan threw him?" Vanessa said, her eyes wide. "I didn't know he was that strong." Monica was filing her nails, trying to appear casual, but her hands were shaking slightly. Brandon had it coming. He could have killed Amy. We talked about other things for a while, school gossip, upcoming tests, the usual teenage concerns. But after about an hour, the conversation inevitably circled back to Amy. "Do you think she's okay?" I asked, staring at the ceiling. My bunk was near the window, and I could hear something rustling in the woods outside. Probably just wind. Brandon had it coming. He could have killed Amy. We talked about other things for a while. Monica smirked. "Well, she's with her crush now, so I'm sure she's fine." Keisha gasped. "Monica!" "Oh, come on." Monica continued examining her nails. "Don't act like you haven't noticed. Amy practically worships Mr. Sullivan, and the way he looks at her, it's obvious." Vanessa nodded slowly. "Did you see how he threw Brandon, though? I mean, that was pretty intense." Grace, who'd been quiet until now, suddenly tensed. "Shut up for a second." We all froze. "Do you hear that?" she whispered. At first, there was nothing. Then came the sound of footsteps on the wooden porch outside. Slow, deliberate footsteps. They stopped at our door. The first knock was soft, almost polite. 3 gentle raps against the door that made all of us sit up in our bunks. Tamara moved to the window and peered through the curtain. "It's Brandon. He's wearing white. He's at the edge of the woods." My heart started beating faster. Something felt wrong. The air in the cottage seemed thicker, suddenly harder to breathe. I sat up fully, my feet touching the cold floor. The knocking came again, harder this time, desperate. "Guys, open up! Come on, it's coming closer!" Brandon's voice sounded different, higher pitched, strained. I'd never heard fear in his voice before, but I heard it now. I stood up, my instinct screaming at me to help. My hand reached for the door handle. Monica intercepted me, grabbing my wrist hard enough to hurt. "Don't even think about it. Just let me in, okay?" Brandon's voice cracked through the door. "I'm telling you, there's something out here." Tamara moved away from the window to stand beside Monica. "Not after what you did to Amy. You're insane if you think we'll let you in here." But something in his voice pulled at me. This wasn't Brandon being manipulative. This was genuine terror. "Guys, maybe we should..." "You touched that door!" Monica cut me off, her eyes blazing. "And I swear I'll hurt you. He's trying to trick us. Don't be stupid." I hesitated, my hand hovering over the doorknob. The metal was cold under my fingertips. "Oh God, it's right there. Open up." Brandon's voice had gone up an octave, cracking with panic. But something stopped me. Something in the way he said it. The word felt wrong too, practiced. I pulled my hand back slowly. The other girls were staring at me, judging. I took a step away from the door. Brandon kept pleading, his voice growing more frantic. "Please, please, I'm sorry about Amy. Just let me in. It's getting closer." Monica strode to the door and slammed her fist against it. "Get lost! You hear me? Go away!" There was a sound then, something between a gasp and a cry. Footsteps running away from the cottage, crashing through underbrush, then silence. The silence was worse than the knocking. None of us slept well that night. I lay in my bunk, staring at the ceiling, listening to the sounds of the forest outside, trees creaking in the wind, animals moving through the darkness, normal sounds that felt sinister in the quiet. Around 2 a.m., I heard something else, scratching at the window above my bunk. Long, slow scratches like fingernails dragging across glass. I wanted to look, wanted to pull back the curtain and see what was making that sound, but my body wouldn't move. I lay there paralyzed, listening as the scratching continued for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. When it finally stopped, I heard something worse. Breathing. Heavy, ragged breathing just outside the window. So close I could hear the moisture in each exhale. The window was thin, just a single pane of glass between me and whatever was out there. I pulled my blanket over my head like a child and prayed for morning.
The teacher's urgent knocking woke us at dawn. We dressed quickly, our movements sluggish and clumsy from lack of real rest. My clothes felt damp, and the cottage was freezing despite the heater running all night. When we stepped outside, Mr. Sullivan's cabin door opened, and Amy emerged, limping badly. A white bandage was wrapped around her head, and her ankle was heavily taped, but she was smiling, actually smiling, as she made her way toward us. "How are you holding up?" I asked, though the question felt hollow. "Well, I've got a mild concussion and my ankle's badly twisted. Can't really walk much," she said, still smiling. There was something off about her cheerfulness, something that didn't match the severity of her injuries. Mr. Sullivan stepped forward, his face grave. "As you can see, Brandon isn't here. We need to find him, or there will be serious consequences for the school and for all of us." They paired us up and sent us into the woods. I was paired with Grace, and we took the northern trail, the one that ran parallel to where our cottage sat. The morning fog hung low between the trees, and our breath came out in visible clouds. We walked for about 30 minutes, calling Brandon's name, though part of me didn't want him to answer. The forest felt wrong somehow, too quiet, with no bird sounds or small animals rustling in the underbrush. Then we heard the scream. It came from the east, high-pitched and full of raw terror. We ran toward it, crashing through branches and jumping over fallen logs. Other search parties converged from different directions, all of us drawn to that awful sound. The teachers reached the scene first and immediately moved to block our view, but we'd all seen enough. Julian and Stephen sat on the ground, their faces pale, both of them sobbing uncontrollably. Stephen was rocking back and forth, his hands over his mouth. Between the teachers, I caught a glimpse of what they were trying to hide. A trail of blood leading deeper into the woods. Dark red, almost black, soaking into the pine needles and fallen leaves. Too much blood. Far too much blood. They sent us back to the main lodge while they worked the scene. We sat in silence, not talking, not looking at each other. The teachers made phone calls. Police arrived by early afternoon, their cars struggling up the dirt road to the camp. It was confirmed by evening. The body was Brandon's. They wouldn't tell us details, but I overheard two officers talking outside the lodge. Words like mauled, an animal attack, and significant trauma. One of them mentioned that they'd found Brandon about 200 yards into the woods, heading away from the camp, heading away from our cottage.
The investigation concluded it was a bear attack, a black bear, likely a mother protecting cubs, though they never found the bear itself. Camp was canceled. We were sent home the next morning, quiet and subdued. All of us changed by what had happened. But I've never believed it was a bear. I've replayed that night thousands of times in my head. I've analyzed every moment, every sound Brandon said through that door, and I keep coming back to the same questions. What was Brandon running from when he came to our door? What made those scratching sounds on my window at 2 a.m.? And why did his voice sound wrong that night? Too high, too practiced, like someone imitating fear rather than feeling it. I'm a teacher at that school now. I'm 31 years old, married, with a life that looks normal from the outside. But every September, when we collect permission slips for the annual camping trip, I think about Brandon. I think about that night. I think about my hand on the door handle and Monica's warning, and the sound of Brandon's footsteps running away into the darkness. Was there really something chasing him? Or was he trying to manipulate us one final time, using fake fear to gain entry? Did we leave him to die? Or did we protect ourselves from whatever was really out there in the woods? I still see Mr. Sullivan sometimes in the faculty lounge. Amy works at a law firm downtown now. I saw her name in the paper last year. They never dated, as far as I know, though Monica's suspicions about them were never fully dispelled. The camp is still operational. Students still go there every September. The cottage where we stayed was torn down 3 years ago and rebuilt in a different location, closer to the main lodge. The official reason was foundation issues, but I heard from the groundskeeper that the new owners refused to use the old site, said it felt bad. I drive past the school most days, and sometimes I see students laughing in the parking lot, their whole lives ahead of them. I wonder if they know what happened there in 2015. I wonder if they've heard the story about Brandon Phillips, the star athlete who died during a school trip. I wonder if they know that 6 girls heard him begging for his life and refused to open the door. But mostly, I wonder if I made the right choice that night. The truth is, I'll never know. That's the burden I carry. The weight of a decision made in fear and uncertainty, with consequences that can never be undone. Sometimes late at night, I hear knocking. Just 3 soft raps, like someone asking politely to be let in. I know it's just the house settling, pipes expanding, normal sounds that every old building makes. But my hand still trembles when I reach for door handles. And I never, ever look out my bedroom window after dark, because deep down, in a place I don't like to examine too closely, I'm terrified of what I might see looking back at me. I'm terrified that whatever was in those woods that September night in 2015 might still be waiting, still watching, still scratching at windows and knocking on doors, still wondering why I didn't let it in. The thing about working nights in Kings Canyon is that you learn the difference between natural sounds and the ones that don't belong. After 3 years as a ranger, I could tell you what every crack of a branch meant, could identify bird calls in my sleep, knew the rustle of deer through underbrush versus the heavier tread of black bears. But that night in October 2017, the sound that woke me was something I'd never heard before, a scream that started human and ended as something else entirely, echoing off the canyon walls like it was being torn from multiple throats at once. I sat up in bed at the Grant Grove cabin, my heart hammering against my ribs. The digital clock on my nightstand read 2:47 a.m., its red numbers the only light in the pitch-black room. I held my breath, listening, but the forest had gone silent in that unnatural way that happens when predators are near. Even the insects had stopped their chirping. Then came the voices. At first they were distant, barely audible over the blood rushing in my ears, but they grew louder with each passing second. Desperate, high-pitched, terrified. Two voices, both female, both screaming words I couldn't quite make out, but understood in the most primal part of my brain. They were running from something. I threw off my blankets and grabbed my flashlight from the nightstand, my hands trembling as I pulled on my boots over bare feet. I was still in my sweatpants and t-shirt, but there wasn't time to change. The voices were right outside now, and then came the pounding, frantic fists against my cabin door, the sound of fingernails scraping against wood. "Please, oh God, please, help us. It's coming." I yanked open the door, and the two women practically fell into my cabin. The blast of cold October air that came with them carried something else, something that made my nostrils flare, the metallic tang of fresh blood, and another smell underneath it, musky and wrong, like rot and wet fur combined. The beam of my flashlight swept across them. Both were in their mid-20s, wearing hiking clothes that were torn and muddy. But it was the one on the left that made my breath catch. She had a jacket tied around her shoulder, and even in the dim light I could see the dark stains spreading across the fabric. Blood, and a lot of it. She was pale, her lips tinged with blue, and she clutched her arm with a grip so tight her knuckles had gone white. "Inside now," I said, stepping back to let them in.
I slammed the door behind them and threw the deadbolt, then turned on the overhead light.
The sudden brightness made all three of us wince, but it also revealed the full extent of the horror. The injured woman's jacket was soaked through, blood dripping onto my floor in steady drops. Her friend, a brunette with wild eyes and scratches across her face, was hyperventilating, her chest heaving as she looked back at the door like she expected it to burst open at any moment. "Sit," I commanded, pointing to my bed. The injured woman collapsed onto the floor instead, her legs giving out beneath her. Her friend dropped to her knees beside her, hands hovering uselessly over the wound, afraid to touch it. I grabbed my first aid kit from the cabinet and knelt beside them, my ranger training kicking in despite the fear crawling up my spine. "I'm Marcus," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I'm a park ranger. You're safe now. What's your name?" "Emma," the injured woman gasped. "And this is Sarah." Her voice was weak. Thigh, she was going into shock. "Okay, Emma, I need to see the wound. This is going to hurt, but I have to look." She nodded, her jaw clenched. I carefully unwrapped the jacket from her shoulder, and my stomach dropped. It was a bite wound, but not like any I'd ever seen. I'd dealt with bear attacks, seen what mountain lion teeth could do, even once treated a ranger who'd been bitten by a rattlesnake. This was different. The bite was massive, covering her entire shoulder with deep puncture wounds that went down to the bone. But the pattern was wrong. The teeth marks were too large, too numerous, arranged in a semicircle that suggested a jaw nearly a foot wide, and the edges of the wound were ragged, like whatever had bitten her had tried to tear the flesh away rather than just pierce it. "What did this?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Sarah looked up at me, and I saw something in her eyes that terrified me more than the wound itself. Absolute, unshakable certainty that she had seen something impossible. "We don't know," she said, her voice cracking. "We were camping at Amelia Campground. We heard something moving around our tent around midnight, something big. We thought it was a bear, so we stayed quiet, stayed still, like you're supposed to." She swallowed hard. "But then it started. It started talking." "Talking?"
I grabbed gauze from the kit and pressed it against Emma's wound. She hissed in pain, but didn't pull away. "Not like words," Emma said through gritted teeth, "but it was making sounds, like it was trying to speak, like it was mimicking us from earlier, from when we were sitting by the campfire. It kept repeating the same phrases over and over in this wrong voice." A chill ran down my spine. I'd heard stories from other rangers, late-night tales shared in dark cabins about things in the park that didn't make sense. Hikers who vanished without a trace, campers who fled in the night, leaving everything behind. Strange vocalizations recorded on trail cams that sounded almost human, but not quite. I'd always dismissed them as campfire stories, urban legends meant to scare rookies. "We tried to wait it out," Sarah continued, wrapping her arms around herself. "But it didn't leave. It circled our tent for almost an hour, getting closer, making those sounds. Then it started scratching at the fabric." I applied more pressure to Emma's wound, but the bleeding wasn't stopping. She needed proper medical care, needed stitches, maybe even surgery. My radio was on the table across the room, and I reached for it with my free hand. "And then?" I asked, pressing the call button. "This is Ranger Walker at Grant Grove. I have a medical emergency. 2 civilians, one with severe trauma to the shoulder, requesting immediate medical evac." Static crackled back at me. Then Tom's sleepy voice. "Copy that, Marcus. What's the nature of the trauma?" I hesitated, looking at the wound, at the 2 terrified women in my cabin, at the darkness pressing against my windows. "Animal attack," I said finally. "Possible bear. I need you to call it in and get here ASAP. Bring the medical kit and your weapon." "Roger that. ETA 5 minutes." I set down the radio and looked back at Sarah. "You were saying—" "The tent ripped open," she said, her voice hollow. "Not unzipped, ripped. And this thing reached in and grabbed Emma. I saw its hand, Marcus. It wasn't a paw. It was a hand, but wrong. Too long with these black claws. It pulled her halfway out before I grabbed her legs and pulled back. We fought over her for what felt like forever, but was probably just seconds. Then it bit down on her shoulder, and she stopped, her whole body starting to shake. It looked at me," she finished in a whisper, "right in the eyes. And I swear to God, there was intelligence there. It knew exactly what it was doing. It wanted us to be terrified." Emma had gone quiet, her eyes fluttering closed. Her pulse was rapid and weak under my fingers. I elevated her legs and covered her with a blanket, trying to keep her warm, trying to fight the shock that was settling into her system. "How did you get away?" "I had a flare gun," Sarah said, "for emergencies. I managed to grab it from my bag and fired it right into that thing's face. It dropped Emma and ran off into the trees, and we just ran. We didn't even grab our stuff. We just ran until we saw your lights." A bang on the door made all 3 of us jump. "Marcus, it's Tom." I rushed to the door and opened it to find my fellow ranger, a grizzled man in his 50s with more experience in these mountains than anyone in the park. He took one look at the scene and his expression hardened. "Jesus Christ," he muttered, setting down his medical kit and kneeling beside Emma. He'd been a combat medic in the Marines before becoming a ranger, and his hands moved with practiced efficiency as he assessed her injuries. "We need to get her to a hospital. This is beyond our ability to treat. Did you call for an evac?" "You just got here," I said, confused. "I mean, air evac, helicopter. This girl needs surgery." "Right, yes." My mind was foggy, struggling to process everything. I grabbed the radio again and made the call. The dispatcher said a helicopter would be there within 30 minutes, weather permitting. Tom had started an IV line and was pushing fluids, doing everything he could to stabilize Emma. While he worked, I pulled Sarah aside. "Where exactly were you camping?" "Site 12. We left everything there. Our tent, our packs, everything." "And which direction did you run?" She pointed northeast. We followed the road once we found it. We'd been hiking for maybe 20 minutes before we saw the cabin lights. I did the math in my head. If they'd been running scared through the dark, stumbling and panicking, their actual campsite was probably less than a mile away. Close. Too close. Tom looked up at me, and I saw my own thoughts reflected in his eyes. We both knew what had to happen next. There was a wounded, aggressive animal out there close to populated areas. Park protocol was clear. We had to locate and neutralize the threat. But looking at Emma's shoulder, at that impossible bite pattern, I wasn't sure what we were dealing with was actually an animal. "The helicopter will land at the clearing near the visitor center," Tom said. "I'll take these two down there and wait with them. You need to call this into headquarters, get a team assembled." "We should wait until daylight," I said. But even as the words left my mouth, I knew they wouldn't fly. Whatever did this tour is injured and aggressive. It's not going to wait until morning to attack someone else. Tom's voice was firm, the voice of someone who'd seen combat, who knew that hesitation could cost lives. He was right, but every instinct I had was screaming at me that this was wrong, that we were over our heads. "I'll call it in. We'll get a team together and do this right." By the time the helicopter lifted off with Emma and Sarah, the sky had just begun to lighten with the first hints of dawn.
The pilot had taken one look at Emma's wound and gotten her loaded in record time. Not asking questions, just doing his job. But I'd seen the unease in his eyes as he'd looked at those bite marks. He'd known, just like Tom and I knew, that something wasn't right. 30 minutes later, 6 of us were gathered in the park headquarters building, a small wooden structure that served as our operations center. Besides Tom and me, we had Rangers Linda Chen, Mike Rodriguez, and the park's wildlife specialist, Dr. Jennifer Hawks. We'd also called in Sheriff's Deputy Carl Morrison from Three Rivers, who had experience with dangerous animal situations. I'd laid out the photos I'd taken of Emma's wound on the conference table, and everyone was studying them in grim silence. "That's not a bear," Dr. Hawks said finally. She was a woman in her early 40s with steel gray hair and the kind of scientific mind that didn't jump to conclusions. If she said it wasn't a bear, it wasn't a bear. The bite radius is too large and the tooth pattern is all wrong. Bears have 42 teeth, but this, she pointed to the puncture wounds, this has too many contact points and they're too evenly spaced. "Could it be a mountain lion?" Deputy Morrison asked, though his tone suggested he already knew the answer. "No, cougars have different dentition entirely, and they don't bite like this. They go for the throat or the back of the neck. They're ambush predators, not confrontational." Dr. Hawks sat down the photos and looked around the table. "I can't identify this bite pattern. It doesn't match any large predator native to California." "Then what are we dealing with?" Linda asked. She was the newest ranger on our team, only 6 months on the job, and I could see the fear creeping into her expression. "I don't know," Dr. Hawks admitted. "But whatever it is, it's dangerous, and it's injured. The flare gun Sarah fired would have caused damage, possibly to the face or eyes. That makes it unpredictable." Tom leaned back in his chair, his arms crossed. "The girl said it was making sounds, trying to talk. Many animals can mimic sounds," Dr. Hawks said, but she didn't sound convinced. Ravens, jays, even some mammals, but that level of sophistication, trying to mimic human speech patterns. She didn't finish the sentence. She didn't need to. "We need to get out there before full sunrise," I said, standing up. "Site 12 at Azalea Campground. We find this thing, we track it, and we neutralize it. We go in teams of 2, maintain radio contact, and nobody goes off alone. Understood? Everyone nodded. Deputy Morrison handed out ammunition. We'd all be carrying rifles loaded with slugs, enough stopping power to drop a bear. I hoped it would be enough. We drove to Azalea Campground as the sun finally crested the eastern mountains, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink that seemed obscenely beautiful given what we were about to do. The campground was mostly empty this time of year, with just a handful of tents scattered among the sites. As we approached Site 12, I could see why Emma and Sarah had chosen it. It was set back from the road, nestled against a thick grove of sequoias that provided both privacy and shelter. It was also the perfect ambush site. We parked at the campground entrance and approached on foot, weapons ready. Tom and I took the lead, while Linda and Mike flanked us, with Dr. Hawks and Deputy Morrison covering our rear. The morning air was cold enough to turn our breath to mist, and the only sounds were our boots crunching on gravel and the distant call of a Steller's jay. When we reached Site 12, we stopped. The tent was destroyed, not just ripped open, but shredded, torn into ribbons of nylon and mesh that hung from the poles like tattered flags. The girls' belongings were scattered everywhere. Clothes, food, sleeping bags, all of it strewn across the campsite like a tornado had hit. But what drew my attention were the claw marks. They were everywhere, gouged into the picnic table, carved deep into the trunk of a nearby sequoia, scraped across the metal fire ring. Each mark was roughly 4 inches long, parallel grooves that spoke of immense strength. "Look at this," Dr. Hawks called out. She was crouched near the tent, examining something in the dirt. We gathered around her. Footprints, dozens of them, pressed into the soft earth. But they were wrong, all wrong. They were roughly human-shaped, a heel, a ball, 5 toes, but they were massive, easily 18 inches long and half as wide, and the proportions were off. The toes were too long, the arch too high, the depth of the impression suggesting something that weighed far more than a human should. "What the hell?" Mike breathed. Dr. Hawks pulled out her phone and took photos from multiple angles, her hands shaking slightly. "These are bipedal tracks. Whatever made these walks upright on 2 legs. Could it be a hoax?" Linda asked, hopefully. "Someone in a costume trying to scare campers?" Deputy Morrison shook his head. "No costume could make these claw marks, and look at the depth of these tracks. Whatever left these has to weigh at least 400 pounds, probably more. The pressure distribution is real. You can see where the weight shifted as it moved." "Follow the tracks," Tom said. "See where it went." The trail was easy to follow at first. The prints led away from the campsite, into the trees, heading northwest, deeper into the forest. We followed single file, weapons ready, every sense on high alert. The forest around us felt hostile now, the shadows between the giant sequoias seeming to shift and move with phantom shapes. After about a quarter mile, the tracks led us to a small clearing, and that's where we found the blood. It was splattered across the ground and painted up the trunk of a tree in arterial spray patterns. But it wasn't Emma's blood. This was too much, and in the wrong location. Something else had died here recently. "Deer," Dr. Hawks said, kneeling beside what remained of the carcass. It had been torn apart with savage efficiency, the meat stripped from the bones, the organs missing entirely. Female black-tailed, maybe a year old, killed within the last few hours. It fed, Tom said grimly. After the attack on the campers, it came here and fed, which meant it was still in the area, close by maybe. I turned in a slow circle, scanning the trees. The sun was fully up now, but the forest canopy was so thick that it felt like twilight beneath the branches. Anything could be hiding in those shadows, and we wouldn't see it until it was too late. "We need to set up a perimeter," Deputy Morrison said. "Get some more people out here. If this thing is territorial, it might come back." As if in response to his words, a sound echoed through the forest. It started as a low rumble, almost like a growl, but then it changed, rose in pitch, became almost melodic, and then, clear as day, we heard words. "Help us, please help us." It was Emma's voice, or something so close to Emma's voice that it might as well have been the same terrified tone, the same desperate plea. But there was something underneath it, something that made it sound like a recording played through water, distorted and wrong. "Oh God, it's mimicking her! It's mimicking what she said!" The voice came again, from a different direction this time. "Please, oh God, please!" Then another direction. "It's coming!" It was all around us, circling, playing with us. "Back to back," Tom shouted. "Form a circle." We pressed together, each of us facing outward, rifles raised. My heart was hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat. The voice kept coming, kept shifting, now adding Sarah's voice to the mix. The two voices overlapping and echoing until it sounded like a dozen terrified women were surrounding us. And then through the trees, about 50 yards ahead of me, I saw it. At first I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. It looked almost human.
The silhouette was humanoid, standing upright on two legs, but it was too tall, at least 8 feet, maybe more, and it was covered in dark, matted fur that seemed to absorb the light rather than reflect it. Its arms hung too low, reaching past where its knees should be, ending in those long black claws we'd seen marks from. But it was the face that made my blood run cold. It was watching us with eyes that glowed faintly amber in the shadows, eyes that held that same intelligence Sarah had described. And as I stared at it frozen, it opened its mouth, a mouth too wide, filled with too many teeth, and spoke in Emma's voice. "Help us." Then it smiled. "Fire," someone shouted, and the morning erupted with gunfire. I don't remember who fired first. Maybe it was Tom, maybe Deputy Morrison. All I know is that suddenly the forest was alive with the crack of rifle shots and the sharp smell of gunpowder. I squeezed my own trigger, saw bark explode from the tree where the creature had been standing a second before. But it was already gone. The thing moved faster than anything that size had any right to move, disappearing into the undergrowth like smoke dispersing in wind. We fired another volley into the trees, but we were shooting at shadows now, at the memory of where it had been, rather than where it was. "Ceasefire!" Tom bellowed. "You're wasting ammunition!" The gunshots echoed off the canyon walls and faded into an oppressive silence. We stood there, breathing hard, smoke curling from our rifle barrels. I realized my hands were shaking. "Did anyone hit it?" Mike asked. "I don't know," I said honestly. "It moved so fast." "That's impossible," Dr. Hawks whispered. Her scientific mind was clearly struggling to process what we'd all just seen. Nothing that large can move that quickly. The musculature required would be... Another sound cut her off. Not the mimicked voices this time, but a roar, deep and primal and filled with rage. It came from everywhere and nowhere at once, reverberating through my chest like I was standing too close to a speaker. "Move!" Tom grabbed Linda's arm and started pulling her back toward the campground. "We need to fall back to the vehicles now." We ran. There's no shame in admitting it. Whatever that thing was, we were outmatched, and we knew it. We crashed through the underbrush, no longer trying to move quietly, focused only on getting back to the relative safety of the campground. Behind us, I could hear it following, not running, not hurrying, just walking with those long, loping strides that covered ground faster than our panicked sprint. And it was still making sounds, still mimicking. But now it had added our voices to its repertoire. I heard Tom's shout of "Move!" repeated back at us with mocking precision. Heard Mike's labored breathing recreated in surround sound. Heard my own voice saying, "What the hell?" over and over from different directions. We burst into the campground and made for the trucks. Deputy Morrison was fumbling with his keys when something massive struck his vehicle from above. The roof caved in with a shriek of metal, and suddenly the creature was there, perched on top of the truck like a gargoyle, staring down at us with those amber eyes. Up close, in full daylight, it was even more terrifying. Its fur wasn't just dark. It seemed to shimmer and shift, making it hard to focus on, like looking at something through rippling water. Its face was a nightmarish blend of human and ape, with a protruding snout filled with irregular teeth that looked like they'd been sharpened on stone. Dried blood crusted its mouth and chest, and I could see a burn mark across one side of its face where the flare gun must have struck it. "Spread out!" I yelled, and we scrambled away from the vehicle. The creature's head swiveled to follow us, that unsettling grin never leaving its face. Dr. Hawks was closest to it when it jumped. One moment it was on the truck, the next it was airborne, covering the 15 feet between them in a single bound. She screamed and fired her rifle from the hip. The shot went wide, but the muzzle flash made the creature recoil, giving her time to roll away. It landed where she'd been standing, and I finally got a clear shot. I aimed for center mass and squeezed the trigger. The slug caught it in the shoulder, and black blood sprayed across the gravel. The creature howled, a sound of genuine pain this time, not mimicry, and whirled toward me. For a moment that stretched into eternity, we locked eyes, and in that moment I understood what Sarah had meant about the intelligence she'd seen. This wasn't an animal. This was something else, something that thought and planned and understood exactly what it was doing to us. Then Tom's rifle barked twice, and the creature jerked as both rounds found their mark. It dropped to all fours, that too long reach making it look spider-like, and bounded away into the trees, moving impossibly fast despite its injuries. We didn't chase it. We stood there, weapons trained on the tree line, waiting for it to come back. Minutes passed, 5, 10. The only sounds were our ragged breathing and the drip of black blood from Deputy Morrison's destroyed truck. "Is everyone okay?" Tom finally asked. We checked ourselves. Scratches, bruises, ringing ears from the gunfire, but no major injuries. We'd gotten lucky. "We need to evacuate the park," Dr. Hawks said. Her face was pale but determined.
Get everyone out of here until we can bring in a proper team to deal with this. What is it? Linda asked, her voice small. What did we just see? Dr. Hawks looked at the blood on the ground, then at the claw marks on the truck, then back at the forest. When she spoke, her voice was carefully neutral, the voice of a scientist trying to make sense of the impossible. I don't know. The Native American tribes who lived in this area had stories about a creature they called Ciatico, a wild man of the woods who stole people and mimicked voices. The Spanish explorers wrote about something similar in their journals, something they called El Salvaje. Every culture that's lived in these mountains had had legends about something like this. She paused. I always thought they were just stories, myths to explain disappearances and strange sounds in the night. And now, Deputy Morrison prompted, now I don't know what to think. We made it back to headquarters and immediately began the evacuation. Every camper, every visitor, everyone in the park was told to leave. We didn't tell them why, just cited a dangerous animal situation and a temporary closure. Within 3 hours, Kings Canyon was empty of civilians, but we stayed, along with a team from Fish and Wildlife, 2 FBI agents who specialized in unusual cases, and a group of academics who'd been studying cryptids for years.
They set up equipment, trail cameras with motion sensors, audio recording devices, even thermal imaging. They treated the whole thing like a scientific expedition, which I suppose it was. For 3 days, we hunted. We found more tracks, more signs of its presence. We found 2 more kill sites, a coyote and a bobcat, both torn apart with the same savage efficiency. But we never saw the creature again. On the 4th day, we found its den. It was deep in the backcountry, miles from any trail, hidden in a crevice between 2 massive granite boulders. The smell hit us first, a mixture of rot and musk so strong it made my eyes water. Inside, we found bones, dozens of them, maybe hundreds, ranging from small animals to something uncomfortably human-sized. We found scraps of clothing, too, some of them decades old based on the style. And we found it. It was dead, curled in the back of the den like it had crawled there to die. The wounds we'd inflicted had gotten infected, and without modern medicine, sepsis had done what our bullets couldn't. Even in death, it was terrifying. 8.5 feet tall, weighing close to 600 pounds according to the team who moved it. The scientists took samples, measurements, photographs. They debated what to call it. Gigantopithecus, though that was supposed to be extinct. Sasquatch, though that was supposed to be myth. In the end, they just cataloged it as an unknown species and quietly moved it to a facility somewhere for further study. The official report listed it as a bear attack. The park reopened 2 weeks later. Emma recovered, though she still has nightmares and a vicious scar on her shoulder. Sarah refused to ever go camping again. And me? I transferred to a different park the following spring. I told myself it was for career advancement, but the truth is I couldn't stand those mountains anymore. Couldn't stand the shadows between the trees or the sounds in the night. Because even though they found the creature, even though it was dead and gone, I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't alone. Sometimes, late at night, I still hear those mimicked voices. Emma's plea for help, Sarah's terrified screams, my own voice shouting warnings. And I wonder if there are others out there in the deep wilderness. Others that learn to watch and wait and use our own voices against us. I wonder, but I don't go looking for answers anymore. Some questions are better left unasked. Some truths better left in the dark.
Because now I know what's really out there in those mountains. And I know it's been watching us far longer than we've been watching it. The C-130 Hercules cut through the night sky like a blade through silk. Its engines a constant drone that had become white noise after 3 hours in the air. I sat strapped into the web seat, my M4 carbine secured between my knees, watching the rest of my unit sleep, or pretend to sleep. Nobody talked about where we were going. Nobody ever did on these missions. My name doesn't matter anymore. What matters is that 6 months ago, I was pulled from my regular Army Ranger Battalion and reassigned to something that didn't officially exist. They called it SAD-9, Special Activities Division, 9th Protocol. The recruiter, a stone-faced woman with eyes like chips of ice, told me I'd been selected for my unique psychological profile and operational discretion. Translation: I could keep my mouth shut and wouldn't crack under pressure. The missions were always the same template: remote location, classified threat, extreme prejudice authorized. We weren't fighting terrorists or enemy combatants. We were fighting things that weren't supposed to exist. 5 minutes, the loadmaster shouted over the engine roar. I looked across the cargo bay at Silas Whitmore, our team leader. He was awake, always awake, his dark eyes fixed on some point in the middle distance. Silas was built like a brick wall with a regulation haircut, his face all hard angles and old scars. He'd been with SAD-9 for 4 years, a lifetime in our business. Most operatives burned out after 18 months. The things we saw had a way of breaking people. "You good?" Silas asked, meeting my gaze. I nodded. Truth was, I wasn't good. None of us were, but we learned to function anyway. The rest of the team stirred as the plane began its descent. There were 6 of us total. Besides Silas and me, there was Jackson, our communication specialist, and the youngest of the group at 23. Chin handled explosives and breach work. Martinez was our medic and second in command. And then there was Kowalski, the heavy weapons guy, who spoke maybe 10 words a day but could strip and reassemble an M2049 as though all blindfolded. "Listen up," Silas said, unbuckling and standing with the practiced balance of someone who'd made 1,000 combat jumps. "We're hitting the ground in Utah. Location is designated Romeo 7 Alpha on your maps. Civilians call it Skinwalker Ranch." A ripple of unease passed through the team. Even Kowalski looked up at that. "That's right," Silas continued. "The Skinwalker Ranch Command has been monitoring unusual activity in the area for the past 3 weeks. Livestock mutilations, missing persons, electromagnetic anomalies, and 2 days ago we lost contact with the security team stationed there." "How many?" Martinez asked. 12 men, all experienced SAD-9 personnel. They missed their check-in 48 hours ago. Their last transmission was... Silas paused, his jaw tightening. "Unclear. Lots of screaming. Something about things in the walls." "What's the objective?" I asked. "Locate and extract any survivors, eliminate hostile entities, secure the facility." Silas pulled out a tablet, swiping to display a satellite image of the ranch. "The property is 512 acres in the Uinta Basin. Main compound here." He pointed to a cluster of buildings with an underground facility that extends 3 levels deep. That's where the previous team was stationed. "What are we dealing with exactly?" Chin asked. "Briefing mentioned skinwalkers, but the Navajo legend..." Jackson interrupted, his fingers flying over his own tablet. Which
that can shapeshift into animals. But the reality is way worse. The truth, but something was wrong. Lights are on, I observed. Generators running, but I don't see any movement. Silas grabbed the radio. "Bravo team, you seeing this?" "Affirmative," Chen's voice crackled back. "Place looks abandoned but operational." We approached the main gate. It stood open, swinging slowly in the breeze. The guard shack was empty, its door hanging ajar. I could see coffee still steaming in a mug on the desk inside. "They left in a hurry," Martinez said. Silas keyed the radio. "All personnel, weapons hot. Standard entry formation. Chen, Kowalski, you two secure the perimeter. Jackson, you're on comms. Martinez and Shadow, you're with me." Shadow was my call sign. I'd earned it in Afghanistan for having what one commanding officer called an unnatural ability to not be seen. The name stuck. We exited the vehicles, and immediately the wrongness of the place hit me like a physical force. The air felt thick, charged with static electricity. Every shadow seemed too deep, every sound too loud. And underneath it all was a smell, faint but distinct, like rotting meat and copper. "Main building," Silas directed, his rifle raised. We moved in a tactical formation toward the largest structure, a modern 3-story building that served as the compound's headquarters. The front door was also open, and the lights inside flickered intermittently. "This is Bravo Lead," Chen's voice came over the radio. "We've got a situation at the vehicle depot. Multiple trucks here, all running, doors open, keys still in the ignition, and there's blood, lots of it." "Copy that," Silas replied. "Maintain position and document everything." We entered the building. The lobby was pristine, except for an overturned chair and scattered papers. A computer monitor displayed the SAD-9 logo, still logged in. The facility's automated systems hummed around us, heating, electricity, security cameras, all functioning normally. "Where is everyone?" I whispered. As an answer, a sound echoed from somewhere deeper in the building. A long, drawn-out scraping noise, like something heavy being dragged across a floor. We froze, weapons trained on the corridor ahead. The scraping stopped. Then came something worse. Laughter. High-pitched, manic, and distinctly human. "Southwest corridor," Martinez said, consulting the building schematic on his tablet. "That's the direction of the elevator to the underground levels." Silas made a hand gesture. "Advance with caution." We moved down the corridor, our boots silent on the polished floor. The laughter continued, growing louder, now mixed with what sounded like weeping. We found him in front of the elevator doors. Private First Class Daniel Morrison sat cross-legged on the floor, his uniform torn and filthy, his face streaked with dirt and what looked like dried blood. He was rocking back and forth, laughing and crying simultaneously, his hands moving in strange patterns in the air like he was conducting an invisible orchestra. "Morrison," Silas called out. "Private, can you hear me?" Morrison's head snapped toward us, and I saw his eyes. They were wide, pupils dilated to the point where barely any iris showed, and in them was a fear so profound it made my stomach clench. "They're still down there," Morrison whispered, his voice cracking. "Down in the dark. They wear faces like clothes. I saw them change. I saw Thompson become something else, right in front of me. His face just peeled away." "How long have you been here?" Martinez asked, slowly approaching with his hands visible. "Days? Hours? I don't know anymore. Time doesn't work right here. I came up to get help, but every time I try to leave, I end up back here. The elevator won't go up, only down. Always down." "Where's the rest of your team?" I asked. Morrison's laugh turned into a sob. "They took them. The things that wear skin, they took them below, into the deeper levels, the places that aren't on any map.
They said they wanted to show us something we needed to see. And then they started changing. Silas keyed his radio. All teams, we have one survivor located, appears to be in extreme psychological distress. Be advised he's reporting hostile entities in the underground facility with shape-shifting capabilities. A burst of static answered him, then Jackson's voice, tight with tension. Copy that, Alpha Lead. But we've got a problem. The perimeter sensors are going crazy. Multiple motion contacts all around us, but visual confirms nothing. It's like ghosts are triggering the alarms. Fall back to the vehicles, Silas ordered. We need to regroup, and the lights went out. All of them, simultaneously. The building plunged into absolute darkness. Even the emergency lights failed to activate. And in that darkness, I heard it. Breathing. Not human breathing. Something that rattled and wheezed, coming from multiple directions at once. I activated my rifle's tactical light, and Martinez and Silas did the same.
The beams cut through the darkness, illuminating Morrison. Except Morrison was gone. The spot where he'd been sitting was empty. Where the hell? Martinez started. Then we heard Morrison scream. Not from ahead where he'd been, but from behind us, back toward the lobby. A scream of pure terror that ended in a wet, gurgling sound. "Move!" Silas barked. We ran toward the lobby, our lights bouncing wildly. What we found there would haunt my nightmares for years to come. Morrison was pinned to the wall, 8 feet off the ground, his body twisted at impossible angles. But that wasn't the worst part. The worst part was that he was still alive, still conscious, his mouth opening and closing soundlessly. And standing beneath him, looking up at his handiwork with what I can only describe as curiosity, was something that looked exactly like Silas. I spun, confirming that the real Silas was still beside me. He saw it too. His own doppelganger, perfect in every detail, except for one thing. When our lights hit its eyes, they reflected back with an amber glow like a coyote's. The thing that wore Silas's face smiled at us. It was wrong. That smile too wide. Too many teeth. "Hello, boys," it said in Silas's voice. "Welcome to the ranch. We've been expecting you." Then it moved. Not running, something faster, more fluid. It was there, and then it wasn't, disappearing into the darkness so quickly my eyes couldn't track it. "Out!" Silas roared. "Everybody out, now!" We bolted for the exit, leaving Morrison's body behind. Forgive us, but the instinct to survive overrode everything else as we burst through the doors into the night air. Gunfire erupted from the perimeter. "Contact! Contact!" Chen's voice screamed over the radio. "They're everywhere! They look like us! How do we—" His transmission ended in static and screaming. We ran toward the vehicles, but stopped when we saw them. Figures, dozens of them, standing around the SUVs. They all looked like us. Multiple copies of Chen, Jackson, Kowalski, Martinez, Silas, and even me. An army of doppelgangers standing perfectly still, watching us with those wrong, glowing eyes. "This is impossible," Martinez breathed. "Fall back to the fence line," Silas ordered. We cut through and escape on foot. But as we turned, more figures emerged from the darkness, more copies of ourselves, forming a tightening circle. We were surrounded by our own reflections, by things that wore our faces like masks. And from somewhere, in that circle of stolen identities, I heard my own voice speak. "You can't leave. You're home now. This is where you belong. This is where everyone belongs. Eventually. Silas fired a burst from his rifle at the nearest doppelganger. It jerked and stumbled, but didn't fall. Black liquid, not blood, oozed from the bullet wounds. The creature looked down at the holes in its chest, then back up at us with that too-wide smile. "Bullets can't stop us," it said in Silas's voice. "Nothing can stop us. We've been here for thousands of years, long before your fences and cameras and guns. This land remembers us. The earth itself feeds us." "Form a defensive circle," Silas commanded. "Back to back, we fight our way to the fence." We moved together, our lights sweeping the darkness. The doppelgangers advanced slowly, casually, like they had all the time in the world. And maybe they did. Then Jackson's voice crackled over the radio. The real Jackson, I hoped. "Alpha Lead, this is Bravo Actual. We're in the guard tower at grid November 7. Visual on your position. Permission to engage hostiles." "Granted," Silas shouted. "Light them up!" The tower's mounted machine gun roared to life, tracers cutting through the night. The doppelgangers scattered with inhuman speed, moving like shadows, like smoke. Some were hit and fell, their bodies dissolving into that black liquid that steamed and hissed as it hit the ground. "Run!" Silas grabbed my shoulder, shoving me forward. We sprinted toward the guard tower as covering fire rained down around us. Behind us, I could hear the doppelgangers regrouping, their voices calling out in a cacophony of stolen identities. They sounded like us, pleading for help, like us crying out in pain, like us calling each other's names. We reached the tower and scrambled up the ladder. Jackson was there, manning the M240, his face pale but determined. Chan and Kowalski were with him, both looking shell-shocked but operational. "Where's Morrison?" "Dead," Martinez said flatly, or worse. From our elevated position, we could see the full scope of the nightmare. The compound was crawling with figures, hundreds of them, maybe thousands. They filled the spaces between buildings, climbed on roofs, pressed against fences, and they all were wearing faces we knew. I saw my mother down there, looking exactly as she had before cancer took her 3 years ago. I saw my best friend from high school who died in a car crash. I saw faces from my past, from my unit, from my life, all worn by these things as they advanced on our position. "We need extraction," Silas said, grabbing the radio. "Command, this is Alpha Lead. Authentication code Romeo 97 Tango. We have a critical situation at Romeo 7 Alpha, requesting immediate aerial extraction. Multiple hostile entities. Count unknown. Be advised." The radio died with a pop and a shower of sparks. "They're jamming us," Jackson said, checking his equipment. All frequencies were completely cut off. Below us, the doppelgangers had stopped advancing. They stood in perfect silence, hundreds of stolen faces looking up at us. Then, as one, they began to speak, every voice different, every voice familiar, creating a horrible harmony. "Come down, come home, come to the earth. We have so much to show you, such wonders in the deep places, such secrets in the dark. Your friends are waiting, your family is waiting, everyone you..."
The beams cut through the darkness, illuminating Morrison. Except Morrison was gone. The spot where he'd been sitting was empty. "Where the hell?" Martinez started. Then we heard Morrison's scream. Not from ahead where he'd been, but from behind us, back toward the lobby. A scream of pure terror that ended in a wet, gurgling sound. "Move!" Silas barked. We ran toward the lobby, our lights bouncing wildly. What we found there would haunt my nightmares for years to come. Morrison was pinned to the wall, 8 feet off the ground, his body twisted at impossible angles. But that wasn't the worst part. The worst part was that he was still alive, still conscious, his mouth opening and closing soundlessly. And standing beneath him, looking up at his handiwork with what I can only describe as curiosity, was something that looked exactly like Silas. I spun, confirming that the real Silas was still beside me. He saw it too, his own doppelganger, perfect in every detail except for one thing. When our lights hit its eyes, they reflected back with an amber glow, like a coyote's. The thing that wore Silas's face smiled at us. It was wrong. That smile too wide, too many teeth. "Hello, boys," it said in Silas's voice. "Welcome to the ranch. We've been expecting you." Then it moved. Not running, something faster, more fluid. It was there, and then it wasn't, disappearing into the darkness so quickly my eyes couldn't track it. "Out!" Silas roared. "Everybody out, now!" We bolted for the exit, leaving Morrison's body behind. Forgive us, but the instinct to survive overwrote everything else as we burst through the doors into the night air. Gunfire erupted from the perimeter. "Contact! Contact!" Chen's voice screamed over the radio. "They're everywhere! They look like us! How do we—" His transmission ended in static and screaming. We ran toward the vehicles, but stopped when we saw them. Figures, dozens of them, standing around the SUVs. They all looked like us. Multiple copies of Chen, Jackson, Kowalski, Martinez, Silas, and even me. An army of doppelgangers, standing perfectly still, watching us with those wrong, glowing eyes. "This is impossible," Martinez breathed. "Fall back to the fence line," Silas ordered. We cut through and escape on foot. But as we turned, more figures emerged from the darkness, more copies of ourselves, forming a tightening circle. We were surrounded by our own reflections, by things that wore our faces like masks.
And from somewhere in that circle of stolen identities, I heard my own voice speak. "You can't leave. You're home now. This is where you belong. This is where everyone belongs." Eventually, Silas fired a burst from his rifle at the nearest doppelganger. It jerked and stumbled, but didn't fall. Black liquid, not blood, oozed from the bullet wounds. The creature looked down at the holes in its chest, then back up at us with that too wide smile. "Bullets can't stop us," it said in Silas's voice. "Nothing can stop us. We've been here for thousands of years, long before your fences and cameras and guns. This land remembers us. The earth itself feeds us." "Form a defensive circle," Silas commanded. "Back to back, we fight our way to the fence." We moved together, our lights sweeping the darkness. The doppelgangers advanced slowly, casually, like they had all the time in the world. And maybe they did. Then Jackson's voice crackled over the radio. The real Jackson, I hoped. "Alpha Lead, this is Bravo Actual. We're in the guard tower at grid November 7. Visual on your position. Permission to engage hostiles." "Granted," Silas shouted. "Light them up." The tower's mounted machine gun roared to life, traces cutting through the night. The doppelgangers scattered with inhuman speed, moving like shadows, like smoke. Some were hit and fell, their bodies dissolving into that black liquid that steamed and hissed as it hit the ground. "Run!" Silas grabbed my shoulder, shoving me forward. We sprinted toward the guard tower as covering fire rained down around us. Behind us, I could hear the doppelgangers regrouping, their voices calling out in a cacophony of stolen identities. They sounded like us, pleading for help, like us crying out in pain, like us calling each other's names. We reached the tower and scrambled up the ladder. Jackson was there manning the M240, his face pale but determined. Chen and Kowalski were with him, both looking shell-shocked but operational. "Where's Morrison?" Jackson asked. "Dead," Martinez said flatly. Or worse. From our elevated position, we could see the full scope of the nightmare. The compound was crawling with figures, hundreds of them, maybe thousands. They filled the spaces between buildings, climbed on roofs, pressed against fences, and they were all wearing faces we knew. I saw my mother down there looking exactly as she had before cancer took her 3 years ago. I saw my best friend from high school, who died in a car crash. I saw faces from my past, from my unit, from my life, all worn by these things as they advanced on our position. "We need extraction," Silas said, grabbing the radio. "Command, this is Alpha Lead. Authentication code Romeo 97 Tango. We have a critical situation at Romeo 7 Alpha. Requesting immediate aerial extraction. Multiple hostile entities. Count unknown. Be advised." The radio died with a pop and a shower of sparks. "They're jamming us," Jackson said, checking his equipment. All frequencies were completely cut off. Below us, the doppelgangers had stopped advancing. They stood in perfect silence, hundreds of stolen faces looking up at us. Then, as one, they began to speak, every voice different, every voice familiar, creating a horrible harmony. "Come down, come home, come to the earth. We have so much to show you, such wonders in the deep places, such secrets in the dark. Your friends are waiting. Your family is waiting. Everyone you've ever lost is here waiting for you, in the soil and the stone." "They're in our heads," Chen said, his voice shaking. "I can feel them digging around in my memories. How are they doing that?" "This is what skinwalkers do," Silas said grimly. "They don't just steal your appearance. They steal everything. Memories, thoughts, fears. They consume identity itself." "How do we kill them?" I asked. "I don't know if we can. The old protocols say fire, but we'd need a lot of it, more than we have." I looked around the tower. Ammunition boxes, weapons, a few emergency supplies. Not enough to fight an army of shape-shifting nightmares. We were trapped. Then I noticed something. The doppelgangers weren't crossing certain lines in the compound. There were areas they avoided, spaces marked by old stone cairns and strange symbols carved into the ground. "Silas," I said, pointing, "look at their movement patterns. They're staying away from those markers. What are those?" Jackson zoomed in with his night vision scope. "They look like Native American symbols. Navajo, maybe. They're all around the older parts of the property. The original owners must have put them there," Martinez said. "Protection wards or something." "If those symbols keep them out," I said slowly, "maybe we can use them to get away." Silas considered this, his tactical mind already forming a plan. "Chen, how much det cord and C4 did you bring?" "About 20 pounds. Enough to make a lot of noise and fire. Here's what we're going to do." As Silas outlined his plan, I kept my eyes on the doppelgangers below. They waited with impossible patience, confident in their inevitable victory. They'd been here for centuries, maybe millennia. What were we but the latest meal walking into their trap? But they didn't know who they were dealing with. We were Sad Nine. We fought things that weren't supposed to exist. We went into the darkest places on Earth and came back alive. Or at least we tried. The night was still young, and before dawn, things would get much, much worse. The plan was suicidal, but it was the only option we had.
Chen would use the explosives to create a wall of fire between us and the doppelgangers, giving us a window to reach one of the protected areas marked by the Navajo symbols. From there, we'd have to make our way across the compound to the motor pool, staying within the protected zones and hope we could hotwire a vehicle before they overwhelmed us. Problem, Kowalski said, speaking more words than I'd heard from him in weeks. To reach the motor pool, we have to go through the main building, through the underground facility. There's no protected path around it. We all looked at each other. Going back underground, into the place where 12 men had disappeared, where Morrison had lost his mind, where the doppelgangers seemed to originate, was the last thing any of us wanted to do. Maybe that's exactly why we should, Silas said slowly. They expect us to run. They're positioned to catch us if we try to escape. But if we go down into their territory, we could flank them, come up behind their lines at the motor pool. Or we could walk right into their nest and get torn apart. You have a better idea? Silas asked. Silence. Then we go down. Chen, set your charges here in the tower.
Give us a 5-minute delay. When it blows, it'll draw them away from the main building. We move fast, get inside and head for the elevator. The elevator, Morrison said, only goes down, I reminded him. Then we go down. We find out what's really happening here, and we find another way up. Chen began rigging the charges while the rest of us prepared. We redistributed ammunition, checked our equipment, and tried not to think too hard about what we were about to do. The doppelgangers below continued their chanting, that horrible chorus of stolen voices promising reunion with the dead. 5 minutes, Chen announced, setting the timer. Once I activate this, we move. Everyone ready? Silas asked. We nodded. None of us ready. All of us committed. Chen, do it. The timer activated with a soft beep. Chen grabbed his rifle and joined us at the tower door. Below, the doppelgangers seemed to sense something was about to happen. They pressed closer, their faces tilted up toward us expectantly. Go, Silas shouted. We rappelled down the back side of the tower, the ropes hissing through carabiners. My boots hit the ground and I immediately felt the air change. It was colder here, thick with that rotting copper smell. The doppelgangers were already moving to intercept us, flowing around the sides of the tower like a dark tide. We ran in a tight formation toward the main building. Behind us, I could hear them coming. Not footsteps exactly, but a rustling sound like wind through dead leaves, and under that, whispers in 1,000 familiar voices. 30 seconds, Chen gasped as we reached the building's entrance. We burst through the doors just as the charges detonated. The explosion lit up the night, a column of fire and debris that sent the doppelgangers scattering. They shrieked, a sound no human throat should make, as flames caught several of them. The smell of burning flesh and something else, something chemical and wrong, filled the air. Elevator, Silas pointed. We sprinted down the corridor, past Morrison's body still pinned to the wall, to the elevator doors. Jackson pressed the call button, and miraculously, the doors opened immediately. We piled inside, and Silas hammered the button for level 1, the first underground floor. The doors closed just as the first doppelgangers reached the building. I caught a glimpse of a dozen faces, my faces, all wearing different expressions of rage and hunger, before the elevator lurched downward. Morrison was right, Jackson said, staring at the control panel. The up button doesn't work. It's not even responsive. Great, Martinez muttered. We're committed now. The elevator descended in jerky movements, the lights flickering through the walls. We could hear sounds, scraping, thumping, and those whispers, always the whispers. Weapons ready, Silas ordered. When those doors open, we move fast and clear the immediate area. No hesitation. Anything that moves gets 2 shots.
Center mass, 1 to the head. Standard protocol does not apply down here. The elevator shuddered to a halt. The doors opened onto level 1. What we found there defied description. The underground facility was supposed to be a modern research and security installation. Concrete corridors, fluorescent lights, steel doors. Instead, we stepped out into something that looked like it had been carved from living rock. The walls were irregular, covered in a substance that might have been mold, or might have been something worse. It grew in patches, pulsing slightly, emitting a faint bioluminescent glow. "What the hell happened here?" Chen whispered. The corridor stretched ahead, doors lining both sides. Most stood open, revealing ransacked offices and living quarters. Papers scattered everywhere, furniture overturned, and on the walls, paintings. Hundreds of them, crude and frantic, all depicting the same thing. Figures with human bodies and animal heads, standing in a circle around a pit that descended into darkness. "Skinwalkers," Martinez said, examining one of the paintings. "This looks like it was painted recently. The paint's still wet." "Morrison said his team was down here," I said. "Maybe one of them did this before they..." "Before they what?" Jackson asked. No one answered, because we didn't know, or didn't want to know. "Main corridor leads to the central hub," Silas said, consulting his memorized facility layout. "From there we can access the emergency stairwell that leads up to level 0, the ground floor. It exits near the motor pool." We advanced in tactical formation, clearing rooms as we went. Each space we entered showed signs of a hasty departure or a violent struggle. Blood-stained walls and floors, some red, some that black we'd seen from the doppelgangers. But there were no bodies. Whatever had happened here, the evidence had been removed or consumed. "Contact!" Kowalski suddenly shouted. A figure stumbled out of a side room ahead. It wore a tattered remains of a SAD-9 uniform and looked human at first glance. But when it turned toward us, I saw that its face was wrong. Not wrong like the doppelgangers. Wrong in a different way. The features seemed to be melting, sliding down like wax, revealing something beneath that was angular and sharp and definitely not human. We opened fire. The figure jerked and spasmed as bullets tore through it, that black liquid spraying, but it didn't fall. Instead, it lunged toward us with impossible speed, its mouth opening wider than physics should allow, revealing rows of teeth like a shark's. Kowalski met it with a burst from his Sosa. The sustained fire finally dropped it, and it dissolved into a puddle of that reeking black substance. "Keep moving," Silas ordered. "They know we're here now." We ran down the corridor as more figures emerged from rooms and side passages. Some looked fully human, wearing faces I recognized from the previous team's roster. Others were caught mid-transformation, their bodies warping and shifting between forms. We fired as we moved, dropping targets, but for everyone we killed, 2 more appeared. "There," Martinez pointed, to a heavy steel door, marked with a radiation warning symbol. "That's the central hub." Chen pulled out a breaching charge, but before he could place it, the door swung open from the inside. We immediately aimed our weapons, fingers on triggers, ready to fire. But the person who emerged had their hands raised in surrender. It was a woman, maybe 40 years old, wearing a SAD-9 uniform. Her name tape read Graves. "Don't shoot," she gasped. "Please, I'm human. I'm real. Captain Sarah Graves, Security Team Delta. I've been hiding here for 2 days." "How do we know you're not one of them?" Silas demanded, his rifle still trained on her. "You don't," she admitted. "But I know the authentication protocols. Challenge me." Silas rattled off a string of code words. Graves responded correctly to each one, providing countersigns that only SAD-9 personnel would know. Either she was legitimate, or the skinwalkers had already learned everything about our organization. "All right," Silas said, lowering his rifle slightly. "But you stay where we can see you." "How many survivors?" "Just me, as far as I know. Maybe others are hiding in other sections, but I haven't seen anyone in 36 hours. What happened to your team?" Graves' face went pale. "We were running routine security sweeps when we found it. Level 3. Behind a false wall in the storage area, a tunnel. Ancient but not natural. Someone or something had carved it from the rock, going down deeper than our facility specs. Command hadn't known about it. Or maybe they did, and didn't tell us. Behind us, the corridor filled with the sound of approaching footsteps. Dozens of them. Maybe hundreds. Talk while we move," Silas ordered, ushering Graves into the central hub and signaling the rest of us to follow. The hub was a large circular room with multiple corridors branching off like spokes on a wheel. Emergency lighting cast everything in a red glow. In the center of the room stood a bank of computer terminals, most of which were smashed or covered in that pulsing growth.
The tunnel led to a chamber. Graves continued as we secured the room. Huge, like a cathedral, and in the center was this thing, a pit, but also an altar. There were bones around it, human bones, thousands of them, some ancient, some fresh. And that's when we realized the skinwalkers weren't invading the facility. They'd been here all along, beneath us, waiting. "For what?" I asked. "For us to go down there. For us to complete the circle." That's what they kept saying when they started to change. Complete the circle. Thompson was the first. He just walked into the pit, and when he came out, he wasn't Thompson anymore. He was wearing Thompson's face, but underneath we could see something else, something hungry. "How did you escape?" Martinez asked. "I didn't. I hid, while they took the others one by one down into that pit. Each person who went down came back as something else, and then they went up to the surface looking for more. They're building an army, harvesting identity." A loud crash echoed from one of the corridors, then another. The skinwalkers were breaching the doors we'd closed behind us. "Emergency stairs," Chen said, pointing to a door marked with a green exit sign. "That's our way up." "No," Graves said urgently. "That's what they want you to think. The stairs only go down now. Everything leads down to the pit. That's the only way out." "That's insane," Jackson protested. "Look at the facility map." Graves pulled out her tablet, showing the schematic. But the map had changed. The familiar layout was gone, replaced by a maze of corridors that spiraled downward, all converging on a single point at what was marked as Level 5, a level that shouldn't exist. "They're warping reality," she said, "changing the physical space to suit their needs. The geometry doesn't make sense anymore. The only way out is through the pit, through them, and out the other side." "There's another side?" Silas asked. "I think so. The bones in the chamber, some of them were arranged in patterns, like they were trying to warn people or guide them. I think some people made it through." A door burst open, and skinwalkers poured into the hub. No longer bothering with disguises, they came in their true forms, elongated limbs, heads that shifted between human and animal, bodies that seemed to fold and unfold in dimensions my eyes couldn't properly perceive. "Move," Silas roared. We laid down, covering fire, dropping the first wave, but more kept coming. Graves led us to a corridor we hadn't noticed before. Narrow and sloping sharply downward, we plunged into it, the skinwalkers shrieking behind us.
The descent was chaotic. The corridor twisted at impossible angles, the walls pressing close. That bioluminescent growth was everywhere now, providing just enough light to see that we were heading deeper into the earth than any facility should go. Level 2, Graves announced as we passed a marker. Stay together, don't let them separate us. But as we ran, I noticed Kowalski was falling behind. He was clutching his side, and when I shone my light on him, I saw blood, real blood, seeping between his fingers. "Kowalski's hit," I shouted. We stopped, and Martinez moved to check the wound. But when he touched Kowalski, the big man's eyes snapped up, and they glowed amber in the light. "Martinez, get back," I screamed. Too late. Kowalski, or the thing wearing Kowalski's face, grabbed Martinez by the throat and lifted him off the ground. The creature's mouth opened impossibly wide, and that shark-like array of teeth closed on Martinez's shoulder. Silas fired point-blank into Kowalski's head. The creature dropped Martinez and staggered backward, black liquid pouring from the wound, but it kept coming until Chen hit it with a burst from his rifle, and finally it collapsed, dissolving into that reeking puddle. Martinez was down, clutching his shoulder. The wound was deep, blood flowing freely. But worse than the injury was his expression, a look of dawning horror. "It bit me," he said, his voice shaking. "Oh God, it bit me. I can feel it. It's in my head. It's showing me things. I can see them. I can see what they are, where they came from. They're old, so old. They were here before humans, before anything. They're the land's first children, born from starvation and darkness, and they're so hungry, always hungry." "Martinez, look at me," Silas commanded. "You're going to be fine. We'll get you out of here." But Martinez laughed, a bitter sound. "No, we won't. None of us are getting out. Don't you understand? This isn't a facility, it's a feeding ground. They let us build here, let us think we were studying them, but really, they were studying us, learning us, and now they're ready to spread using our faces, our identities. They'll walk out of this desert and into the world. They'll replace us, one by one, until humanity is just a skin they wear." "Shut up," Silas said, but I could hear the fear in his voice. Martinez's eyes were already starting to change, the pupils dilating, taking on that amber glow. "You should kill me now before I become one of them, please." For a long moment, no one moved. Then Silas raised his rifle. "Wait," I said. "Maybe there's another." "There isn't," Martinez interrupted. "Do it while I'm still me." Silas's finger tightened on the trigger. But before he could fire, Martinez smiled, that same too wide smile we'd seen on the skinwalkers. "Too late," he said, in a voice that was his, but also wasn't. "I'm already more them than me. But I can help you. I can see the path now. The pit is close. Level 3, Section 7B. If you want to live, that's where you have to go. Into the pit. Through it. It's the only way out." "You're lying," Chen said. "Maybe. Or maybe I'm telling the truth because the thing I'm becoming wants you to go there, wants you to complete the circle. Or maybe there really is a way out, and I'm helping my friends one last time before I'm gone completely." Martinez's form began to shimmer and shift. Better decide quickly. Silas pulled the trigger. Martinez's body jerked and fell, dissolving before it hit the ground, but his words hung in the air, echoing in my mind. The pit. Everything led to the pit. "This way," Graves said quietly, leading us down the side passage. "Level 3 is just ahead. If there's a way out, it's down there." "I know it sounds crazy,"
but I've been studying the patterns, the bones, the symbols. The pit isn't just where they feed. It's a threshold, a doorway to somewhere else. Some people went in and came out changed, but some went in and came out gone, really gone. Escaped. How do you know they escaped and just didn't die? Jackson asked. Because there are exit points. I found records in the facility archives before the computers went down. Psi-9 has been tracking disappearances around this site for decades. People go missing here, and then they turn up thousands of miles away with no memory of how they got there. They're being transported somehow through the pit. We reached level 3. The corridor opened into that cathedral-like chamber Graves had described. It was vast, the ceiling lost in darkness above, and in the center, just as she'd said, was the pit. It was maybe 20 feet across, ringed by those ancient bones she'd mentioned. Human skeletons arranged in concentric circles, each one in a different position, some reaching toward the pit, some reaching away, some in poses of prayer or supplication. And around the rim, carved into the stone, were symbols, thousands of them spiraling down into the darkness. Navajo, yes, but also languages I didn't recognize. Warnings in dozens of tongues, all saying variations of the same thing. Here lies the skin stealer. Here lies the flesh walk. Here lies the hunger that wears us. Feed it or flee through it. There is no other way. They knew, I breathed. The people who lived here before. They knew about the skinwalkers. They built those protection symbols on the surface. And this is where they trapped them. Not trapped, Graves corrected. Contained. There's a difference. The skinwalkers can't be killed or trapped, but they can be contained in certain places, in certain ways. This pit is one of those places.
A sound made us all spin around. The skinwalkers had found us. They emerged from every corridor, dozens of them, hundreds, all wearing stolen faces. I saw my mother again, my dead friend Martinez, Morrison, and countless others I didn't recognize. They filled the chamber, surrounding the pit, surrounding us. But they didn't attack. They just stood there, watching with those glowing eyes, waiting. They want us to choose, Silas said. Jump into the pit and risk whatever's down there, or stay here and be taken. There's a third option, Chen said, pulling out his remaining explosives. We blow this chamber, bring the whole facility down on their heads, take them with us. That won't work, Graves said. They've survived for thousands of years. A cave-in won't stop them. It'll just bury us while they dig out. From the darkness of the pit, a voice spoke. It was ancient and vast, speaking in a language that predated English, but somehow I understood. Offer yourself, or offer nothing. Feed the hunger, or flee through the threshold. These are the only paths. Well, Silas said, checking his magazine, I never liked easy choices anyway. And then he jumped into the pit. For a heartbeat, no one moved. We stared at the darkness where our team leader had vanished. Then Jackson cursed and jumped after him. Then Chen, then Graves. I stood at the edge, looking down into that absolute darkness. And behind me, I heard my mother's voice, or what wore my mother's voice, say, Don't go, sweetheart. Stay with us. Stay in the earth. Stay in the skin. Stay forever. I jumped, falling. That's all there was. Not the sensation of falling. There was no wind, no stomach-dropping weightlessness.
Just the knowledge that I was descending through darkness so complete, it was like being blind and deaf and alone in the universe. Time lost meaning. I might have been falling for seconds or centuries. The darkness was so absolute, it became a physical presence, pressing against me, probing at my thoughts, my memories, my sense of self. Who are you? The darkness seemed to ask, not with words, but with something older than language. My name. What was my name? I'd been a person, a soldier, an operative for Sad 9. But what did that mean here in this place outside of place? Identity itself felt slippery, like trying to hold water in my hands. I saw flashes, memories that might have been mine or might have been stolen from the skinwalkers. A woman giving birth in a cave while something watched from the shadows. A hunter in animal skins pursued through a forest by something that wore his face. A soldier in World War I, his fellow troops slowly replaced by things that mimicked them perfectly. A girl in a flowered dress, watching her father's eyes change color as something else looked out through them. The skinwalkers had been doing this forever. Since humanity first walked, they'd been there in the shadows, learning us, copying us, feeding on what made us human. And then I hit the ground. Not hard, more like settling into water. I was lying on a surface that felt like stone, but gave slightly under my weight. The darkness was still total, but I could sense space around me. Could hear breathing that wasn't my own. Sound off. Silas's voice cut through the dark. Everyone here? Jackson, Chen, Graves, present, I added. Good. Anyone injured? We checked ourselves. Bruised, shaken, but intact. Whatever the fall had been hadn't hurt us physically. I'm activating my light, Silas said. Brace yourselves. I don't think we're in Kansas anymore. His tactical light flared to life, and we all gasped. We were in a tunnel, but not like the ones in the facility. This was ancient, beyond measure. The walls were smooth, carved from rock, but the precision was impossible. Every surface was covered in those symbols we'd seen around the pit. Layer upon layer of warnings and instructions and prayers in 100 dead languages. But that wasn't what made us stare. It was what lay ahead. The tunnel opened into another vast chamber. And in that chamber was a forest. An underground forest. Impossible yet undeniable. Trees grew from the stone floor, their trunks pale and twisted, their branches reaching toward a ceiling lost in darkness. And hanging from those branches were things that looked like cocoons, man-sized, pulsing with that same bioluminescence we'd seen in the facility. What in the name of... Chen's voice trailed off. This is their nesting ground, Graves whispered. This is where they make more of themselves. We moved forward cautiously, light sweeping the impossible forest. Up close, I could see that the trees weren't really trees. They were more like fungal growths, but huge. Their surfaces covered in something that resembled bark, but felt wrong under my fingers. And those cocoons. As we approached, I could see movement inside. Shapes, human-shaped but not quite right, writhing and shifting. They're transforming, Graves said. Those are people in there, the ones they took. They're being changed, remade into skinwalkers. Can we free them? Jackson asked. Would you want to be freed halfway through that process? Graves countered. Look closer. I did, and immediately wished I hadn't. Through the translucent membrane of the nearest cocoon, I could see a face, or parts of many faces sliding over each other like layers of photographs. A young man's features would appear, then melt into an old woman's, then a child's, then something not human at all. The thing inside was caught between forms, becoming something that could wear any face, but had none of its own. "Keep moving," Silas ordered. "There's light ahead, real light." He was right. Beyond the forest of transformations, a warm glow emanated from a wider section of the tunnel. We hurried toward it, desperate to be away from those cocoons and the sounds coming from them. Wet, organic sounds, punctuated by whimpering that might have been pain or might have been something worse. The tunnel opened into a chamber that stopped us in our tracks.
It was huge, a natural cavern that had been modified by ancient hands. Carved into the walls were murals and lit by what looked like oil lamps burning in carved niches. They told a story. The first panel showed the world above, mountains, forests, and the desert. And beneath that world, living in the deep places, were figures, the skinwalkers. But these were different from the creatures we'd fought. These looked more substantial, less fluid, almost noble in their depiction. They weren't always parasites, Graves said, walking along the murals. Look at this. These early paintings show them as part of the ecosystem. They were recyclers. I think when things died, these entities would inhabit the remains, breaking them down, returning them to the earth. They were supposed to be caretakers. The next panel showed change. Human figures appeared, building their first settlements, and the skinwalkers began to change too. They grew interested in the living rather than the dead. They learned to take forms before death, to wear life like a mask. They evolved, Chen said, or de-evolved. They found that living flesh was better than dead flesh, that fear and identity were better food than mere meat. The murals continued, depicting an endless cycle. Humans would discover the skinwalkers. Humans would try to fight them or contain them. The skinwalkers would adapt, survive, wait, and then they would return. Always return, because humans kept coming to places like this, kept building on sacred ground, kept ignoring the warnings. The final panel showed something different. A human figure, not being consumed or transformed, but walking through a doorway of light while the skinwalkers watched. And on the other side of that doorway was a different landscape, mountains under a different sky. The way out, Jackson said. That's what the old warnings meant. Some people escaped. They found a way through. But where does it lead? I asked. Somewhere else, Graves said. Somewhere the skinwalkers can't easily follow. Look at this. She pointed to text carved beneath the final panel. It was in English, or a version of English that looked centuries old. We who fled the Skinner's embrace found passage through the old roads. The beneath leads to elsewhere. Walk with purpose, not fear. Remember your name. Hold your face. On the other side, find the dawn. Old roads, Silas mused. There are legends about that. Subterranean passages that connect distant places. Most cultures have some version of the story. Hollow earth theories,
underground kingdoms, tunnels built by ancient civilizations. Or maybe, I suggested, those legends all came from people who escaped the skinwalkers, people who went down into places like this and came out somewhere else, speaking about impossible journeys through the earth. A sound echoed from back the way we'd come, that familiar rustling like wind through dead leaves. The skinwalkers were following us into their own nesting ground. "Move," Silas ordered. "There has to be another way out of this chamber." We searched frantically, our light sweeping the walls. The skinwalkers' sounds grew louder, closer, and then Jackson found it. A narrow crack in the wall, hidden behind one of the murals. When he pressed on it, a section of wall swung inward, revealing another tunnel. "Go!" Silas shouted. We squeezed through the opening, and Chen immediately set a charge on the inside. This will slow them down, not stop them, but slow them. The tunnel beyond was different from the others. Natural, uncarved, barely wide enough for us to move single file, and it sloped sharply upward. "We're ascending," Graves said, checking her compass, which spun wildly, unable to find north. "That's good, right? Or it means we're heading into the heart of their territory," Chen countered. Behind us, the charge detonated with a muffled thump, bringing down part of the tunnel. The skinwalkers' rustling cut off, replaced by angry shrieking that made my teeth ache. We climbed. The tunnel twisted and turned, sometimes so narrow we had to squeeze through sideways, sometimes opening into small chambers where we could catch our breath. Hours passed, or what felt like hours. Time remained slippery in this place, and I found myself having to periodically check that I still knew my name, still remembered my face, still held on to the core of who I was. "Look," Jackson said, pointing ahead. "Is that fresh air?" Cool and carrying the scent of sage and desert plants, and with it the faintest hint of gray light, not daylight, but pre-dawn glow. We scrambled toward it with renewed energy, the tunnel widening as we went. The light grew stronger, and suddenly we burst out into a small cave mouth, overlooking a landscape that was definitely not where we entered. The sky was lightening with approaching dawn, revealing a desert vista. But it wasn't the Utah desert. The rock formations were wrong, the vegetation different, and in the distance, impossibly, I could see mountains that looked like the Rockies, but from the wrong angle. "Where are we?" Jackson asked. Graves pulled out her GPS unit. It took a long time to acquire satellites, and when it finally did, she went pale. "According to this, we're in Colorado, near the Wyoming border. That's over 300 miles from where we started." "That's impossible," Chen said. "Everything about the last 12 hours has been impossible," Silas replied. "But we're alive, we're out, and dawn is coming. The question is..." He didn't finish because movement in the cave behind us made us all spin around, weapons raised.
A figure stood there, silhouetted against the darkness of the tunnel. As it moved into the gray light, I saw it was wearing Martinez's face. "Don't shoot," it said in Martinez's voice. "I know you think I'm one of them. Maybe I am. I'm not entirely sure anymore. But I followed you because I need to tell you something." "Stay back," Silas warned. The Martinez thing stopped, raising its hands.
They're coming after you. All of you. Not just me. Not just the drones from the ranch. The old ones. The first ones. The skinwalkers that were here before humans walked on two legs. They're angry that you escaped. They're angry that you saw the murals, learned the story, found the old roads, and they're going to hunt you until they can wear your faces and use what you know to find and close every exit, every threshold, every way out. Why are you telling us this? I asked. Because the thing that wore Martinez's face seemed to struggle with the words. Because some part of Martinez is still in here screaming, and he made me promise before he was gone completely that I'd warn you, that I'd give you a chance. Its eyes glowed amber now, no longer hiding what it was. Run, run and never stop running. Change your names, your faces if you can, your identities scatter to the four winds, because they're coming for everyone who knows, everyone who saw. What about Sad 9? Silas demanded. What about Command, the organization? The Martinez thing laughed, a sound of genuine amusement that was wrong in every way. Sad 9 has been compromised for years. Why do you think you were sent to the ranch? The higher-ups wanted you to feed us, to see if we'd consume you like we consumed the others, and we did most of you. But you five got away, and now you're a problem. You're lying, Chen said. Am I? Think about it. The ranch was supposed to be secure, but the skinwalkers were already there, already integrated into the facility. How do you think that happened? Who do you think authorized building on sacred ground, on an active feeding site? Someone in command wanted this, wanted us to spread. The sun broke over the horizon, golden light flooding the cave mouth. The Martinez thing recoiled from it, hissing. Dawn, it said. I can't follow you into the light. Not yet. We're still learning to tolerate it, but we're getting better every day. A little better. It backed toward the tunnel. Run, Shadow, run, all of you. And maybe, if you're very lucky and very careful, you'll survive long enough to figure out how to stop us. Then, it was gone, swallowed by the darkness of the tunnel. We stood there in the growing light, processing everything we'd just learned. If the Martinez thing was telling the truth, and I thought it was at least partially, then we were completely cut off. No support, no backup, no safe harbor. What do we do? Jackson asked quietly. Silas was silent for a long moment, looking out at the dawn-lit landscape. Then he turned to us, his face grim but determined. We do what Martinez said. We scatter. Meet up in 1 month at a predetermined location, somewhere remote, somewhere we can verify each other's identities before making contact. In the meantime, we gather intelligence, find out how deep this goes, how many of Sad 9 has been compromised, and we figure out how to fight these things. How do we fight something that can be anyone? Chen asked. The same way humans have always fought them, Graves said. With fire, with faith, with community. The old protections worked for a reason. The symbols, the wards, the rituals. We learn those. We adapt them. We use their own weaknesses against them. And if we can't stop them, I asked, then we die, Silas said simply. But we die human. We die ourselves, not some thing wearing our faces. He pulled out a map, marking a location in Montana. 1 month, this spot. Come alone and come ready to prove you're you. Now move out. Stay off grid. Stay away from Sad 9 facilities and trust no one. We separated at the cave mouth, each of us heading in a different direction across the Colorado desert. As I walked into the rising sun, I kept looking back, half expecting to see an army of skinwalkers emerging from the cave. But there was nothing, just empty desert
and growing daylight. I walked for hours, putting distance between myself and that cave, that tunnel, that underground nightmare. And as I walked, I made a plan. If Sad9 was compromised, I needed to find out how badly and by whom. I needed to contact people I trusted, if any were left, who weren't skinwalkers wearing familiar faces. Most importantly, I needed to survive the next month and make it to that rendezvous. Because if Silas was wrong, if the meeting was a trap, if any of us had been replaced during our escape, I pushed the thought away. That way lay paranoia and madness. I had to trust that we'd made it out intact, had to believe that the 5 of us were still human, still ourselves, still capable of fighting back. The sun climbed higher, burning away the morning chill. Behind me, somewhere in the darkness beneath the earth, the skinwalkers were planning their next move. And above, in the bright light of day, how many of them were already walking among us? I didn't know, but I had 1 month to find out. 1 month to prepare for a war that most of humanity didn't even know was happening. 1 month to figure out how to save a world that was slowly being replaced by hungry things wearing human faces.
The thought should have terrified me, and it did. But more than that, it made me angry. Week 1, Wyoming. I found a cabin 3 days after emerging from the cave. It was abandoned, had been for years, sitting in a remote valley where no roads led and no trails passed. Perfect. The first thing I did was check for signs of skinwalker activity. I'd studied those protective symbols in the underground chamber, memorized as many as I could. Now I carved them into the doorframe, the windowsills, and around the perimeter of the clearing. Old Navajo wards, yes, but also symbols from other cultures. Celtic knots, Norse runes, anything that mythology claimed could keep shapeshifters at bay. I didn't know if it would work, but it made me feel less helpless. The second thing I did was verify my own identity. Sounds crazy, but after what we'd been through, I needed to be sure. I recorded myself on a stolen smartphone, asking questions only I would know the answers to, checking my eyes in every reflection, monitoring for any behavioral changes that might indicate I'd been compromised. So far, I was still me. I think the third thing I did was start researching. The cabin had no internet, no phone service, nothing. But 20 miles south was a small town with a library. I hiked there in the middle of the night, broke in, and spent hours going through their archives, both digital and physical. I was looking for patterns, reports of missing persons near other SAD-9 facilities, unsolved murders where victims were found with unusual trauma, stories of people who disappeared and reappeared with no memory of where they'd been, legends of skinwalkers, wendigos, doppelgangers, and other shape-shifting entities from around the world. What I found was disturbing. The pattern was global and ancient. Every culture had stories of things that stole faces. And when I overlaid these stories with modern missing persons reports, I found clusters, hotspots where the veil between myth and reality seemed thin. And sitting directly on top of many of these hotspots, government facilities, military bases, research installations, places like SAD-9 operated. Either the government had unknowingly built on feeding grounds, or, and this was the terrifying part, they've done it deliberately, created facilities to study the skinwalkers, to weaponize them, to control them, and somewhere along the way, the controllers had become the controlled. I was copying files to a flash drive when I heard it. Footsteps in the library. Slow, measured, searching. I killed my flashlight and dropped behind a desk. The footsteps grew closer, and then I heard a voice, my voice, my exact voice, call out, "Hello? Is someone there? I'm lost. I need help." My blood turned to ice. A skinwalker using my face, my voice, which meant they'd tracked me here, were hunting me specifically. I had two options: hide and hope it left, or confront it and risk everything. I chose option 3. I set the building on fire. Using the library's ancient microfiche reader and some lamp oil I'd found in a maintenance closet, I started a blaze in the western section of the building. Then I slipped out the eastern fire exit. As smoke filled the air and the thing wearing my face was forced to choose between pursuing me and escaping the flames, it chose wrong. As I ran from the building, I heard it screaming, not in my voice anymore, but in that awful, multi-toned shriek the skinwalkers made when they were hurt. The fire spread quickly through the old wooden structure, and I didn't stay to watch it burn. But as I hiked back toward my cabin through the pre-dawn darkness, I realized something. I'd just destroyed a public library and possibly killed a creature that looked exactly like me. How long before the authorities came looking? How long before surveillance footage, if any, existed, showed my face at the scene? I couldn't stay in Wyoming. It was time to move. Week 2, Idaho. I stole a car. I'm not proud of it. And drove west into Idaho. Back roads only, no highways, no cameras. I changed my appearance as best I could. Grew a beard, dyed my hair, started wearing glasses I didn't need. In a town called Salmon, I found a gun show. No background checks, cash only, lots of weapons. I bought everything I thought might help. A new rifle, silver ammunition, probably useless but worth trying. A flamethrower disguised as an agricultural pest control device, and enough camping gear to live off-grid for months. I also bought a tablet and a satellite hotspot. Risky, but I needed access to information, and I needed a way to check if the others were still alive. Silas had given us a protocol for leaving signs. Every 3 days, we'd post to a specific obscure forum using predetermined usernames. Not messages, just simple confirmation. Still here, still human. For the first week, all 5 of us had checked in regularly. But in week 2, Chen missed a check-in, then another. By day 16, there was no doubt Chen was either dead or compromised. That left 4 of us, maybe. I was in a McDonald's parking lot using their Wi-Fi when I saw him, Chen, or something wearing Chen's face. He was 3 cars away, watching the restaurant entrance. I slid down in my seat, heart hammering. How had he found me? I'd been so careful, so paranoid. Unless I'd been followed since Wyoming. Unless there was more than one skinwalker hunting me. Unless they were coordinating somehow, sharing information telepathically or through that underground network. I waited until Chen's doppelganger turned away. Then I started the car and drove. Not fast, that would attract attention, but steadily, taking random turns, doubling back, using every evasion technique I'd learned in my training. After an hour, I was reasonably sure I'd lost it, but the encounter rattled me. If they could track me that precisely, nowhere was safe. I headed for the mountains. Week 3, Montana. The Bitterroot Range, remote, harsh, and perfect for someone trying to disappear. I ditched the car, hiked into the wilderness, and set up a camp 10 miles from the nearest trail. Here, surrounded by snow-covered peaks and ancient forests, I felt something like safety. The skinwalkers preferred places where humans gathered, where there were identities to steal and faces to wear. Out here, there was only me and the wild, or so I thought. On the 21st day, I woke to find tracks around my camp. Human tracks, but wrong. The toes were too long, the heel too narrow, and they pressed too deep into the snow, as if whatever made them was heavier than it looked. I packed up immediately and moved to a new location. But the next morning, the tracks were there again, circling my new camp, never coming close, just watching. They were toying with me, letting me know they could find me anywhere. I decided to stop running and set a trap. I found a narrow canyon with only one entrance and set up an obvious camp at the far end. Then I rigged the entrance with tripwires connected to my remaining explosives. If anything came through, I'd know about it. And if I was lucky, the blast would bring down the canyon walls and bury whatever followed me. Then I waited. Night fell. The temperature dropped to well below freezing. And as the moon rose over the mountains, I heard them coming. Not one, not two, a dozen, maybe more. They moved through the snow with that rustling sound, and as they entered the canyon, I could see them in the moonlight. A pack of skinwalkers wearing an assortment of faces.
Some I recognized. Chen, members of the original ranch security team, people from my past. Others were strangers. They moved with purpose, heading straight from my decoy camp. And when they were all gathered inside the canyon, their backs to the entrance, I triggered the explosives. The blast was tremendous, echoing off the mountains for miles. Rock fell, snow avalanched, and the canyon's mouth collapsed in a roaring tumult of stone and ice. I waited until morning to check the results. The entrance was completely blocked. Tons of rock sealed the canyon, and on this side, there was no sign of movement, no sounds of anything digging out. But I couldn't celebrate, because as I turned to leave, I saw them. 3 skinwalkers who hadn't gone into the canyon. They'd been waiting outside, expecting the trap. And now they stood between me and my gear, wearing faces I knew. Jackson, Graves, and me. Clever, the one wearing Jackson's face said. You got some of the younger ones, the hungry ones. But we've been doing this for millennia. Did you really think we'd fall for something that simple? Doesn't matter, I replied, raising my flamethrower. Fire works on young and old alike. Does it? The Jackson thing smiled. We've been learning, adapting. Fire burns skin, yes, but we're more than skin now. We're in the rock, in the soil, in the very atoms of this place. You can burn one body, but we'll just make another. Then I'll keep burning until there's nothing left to make bodies from. I pulled the trigger. A jet of flame erupted, catching all 3 skinwalkers. They shrieked and burned, their bodies dissolving into that black ichor, which steamed and bubbled in the heat. But as I watched, the black liquid began to pull and reform. The Jackson thing was right. They were adapting, learning to survive even fire. I ran. Week 4, the meeting. I reached the rendezvous point, a remote cabin in northwestern Montana, 3 days early. I watched it from the forest for 2 days, looking for any sign of a trap. On the appointed day, exactly at noon, Silas emerged from the trees to the north, or something wearing Silas's face. I stayed hidden, watching. An hour later, Graves approached from the east. Then, at precisely 2 p.m., Jackson came from the south. 3 of us, or 3 skinwalkers, or a mix. No way to know without getting close. I waited until sunset, watching how they interacted. They kept their distance from each other, weapons ready, constantly checking the woods. If they were skinwalkers, they were doing a perfect impression of paranoid soldiers. Finally, I decided to risk it. I emerged from my hiding spot, hands visible, weapons slung. "Shadow," Silas called out. "Good to see you made it." "How do I know you're really you?" I asked. "You don't. But we've worked out a verification protocol." He held up a knife. "We all cut ourselves, bleed, and see if it's red or black. Not perfect, but it's a start." One by one, we each made a shallow cut on our palms. All of us bled red. All of us looked human. But that didn't mean we were. "Chen didn't make it," Graves said quietly. "I saw him 2 days ago, or what used to be him. Tried to talk to me, convinced me to come with him to a safe location. I shot him. He dissolved." "I've been hunting them," Jackson added, "tracking their movements. I think I found a pattern. They're concentrating around certain areas, places with high population density and significant infrastructure, cities. They're getting ready to spread beyond the rural areas." "There's more," Silas said grimly. "I managed to hack into SAD-9's communications. It's worse than we thought. The organization isn't just compromised, it's been taken over. Every level of command, every facility, they're all skinwalkers now, or humans working for skinwalkers. And they're planning something big." "What?" I asked. "A coordinated replacement operation. Every major government, every military, every intelligence agency, they're going to replace key personnel simultaneously. Once they control the decision makers, they control everything. And it's happening soon, maybe weeks." "We are 4 people," Graves said. "How do we stop a global takeover?" "We can't," Silas replied. "Not alone. But we can expose it, prove what's happening, force the skinwalkers into the open, where conventional forces can fight them." "How?" Jackson asked. "By going back," Silas said. "Back to Skinwalker Ranch. Back to the source. The Martinez thing said the old ones are angry we escaped. That means they're still there in the deep places. If we can capture or kill one of the old ones, prove what they are, show the world." "That's suicide," I said. "Probably, but it's the only play we have." Silas looked at each one of us in turn. "I'm going. You don't have to. This isn't a SAD-9 operation anymore. We're civilians now. You can walk away." Silence. Then Graves laughed, a bitter sound. "Walk away to what? A world slowly being replaced by monsters? No thank you. I'm in." "Same," Jackson said. They both looked at me. I thought about running, thought about disappearing into the wilderness, changing my identity, trying to survive in whatever world the skinwalkers created. It would be easier, safer. But then I thought about Martinez, giving his last moments to warn us, about Chen dissolved into black ichor somewhere in Idaho, about all the people who'd been taken, whose faces were being worn by things that shouldn't exist. "Yeah," I said. "Finally, I'm in." Silas nodded. "Then we leave tonight. We go back to where this started, and we end it, one way or another." As we packed our gear and prepared for what would likely be our final mission, I noticed something. The protective symbols I'd carved on the cabin, they were glowing faintly in the twilight. And around us, in the forest, I could see more symbols carved into trees,
rocks, the very earth itself. Did you all? I started to ask. Yeah, Graves said. The old protections, they work. Not perfectly, but enough to give us a fighting chance. We're going to need more than symbols, Jackson said. We're going to need a plan. Sinus unrolled a map of the ranch and its surrounding area. Here's what I'm thinking. As he outlined his plan, insane, dangerous, and our only hope, dawn began to break over the Montana mountains. Our last dawn, maybe, but we'd face it human. We'd face it as ourselves. And if we died, we'd die fighting.
The approach took us 3 days of careful travel. We couldn't fly. Airports were too monitored, and we had to assume the skinwalkers controlled all normal transportation networks now. Instead, we drove in shifts, sticking to back roads, sleeping in the vehicle, speaking rarely. The silence wasn't from lack of trust. It was from knowing that every word we spoke might be our last. And more than that, it was from the gradual realization of what we were driving toward. Skinwalker Ranch looked different at night. The facility lights were all off, giving the compound the appearance of an abandoned ruin rather than an active installation. But we knew better. They were there, waiting. They'd always been waiting. We parked 5 miles out and hiked in, moving through the scrub brush and twisted juniper trees. The desert was silent. No insects, no night birds, no coyotes. Even the natural world knew to avoid this place. The plan, simple, Silas whispered, as we crouched on a ridge overlooking the compound. We split up. Jackson and Graves, you take the surface. Set charges on the main buildings, the power generators, the fuel depot. Create chaos and draw them out. Shadow and I go underground. We find the pit, find one of the old ones, and we capture it. Capture it? How? I asked. Silas patted a large duffel bag he'd been carrying. Remember those symbols? I spent the last month researching them, finding the ones that don't just warn or protect, the ones that bind. I've got everything we need to create a containment circle. If we can get one of the old ones into it, it should hold long enough for us to get it out and show the world. Should, Graves repeated. It's the best we've got. Jackson checked his watch. We move in 15 minutes. That gives me and Graves time to set charges on a timer. When they blow, you'll have maybe 10 minutes of confusion. After that, every skinwalker in this place will be hunting you. 10 minutes to get underground, find an ancient supernatural entity, and trap it in a mystical circle, I said. Piece of cake. Despite everything, we all smiled. Dark humor was all we had left. The 15 minutes passed too quickly. Jackson and Graves moved out, disappearing into the darkness like ghosts. Silas and I waited, counting down the seconds. Then the night erupted. The charges went off in sequence, each building exploding in a blossom of fire and debris. The fuel depot went up with a roar, sending a fireball hundreds of feet into the air. Alarms wailed, and suddenly the compound was alive with movement. Skinwalkers poured from every structure, dozens of them, hundreds. But they weren't panicking. They moved with purpose, organizing into search patterns, hunting for the intruders.
They knew we'd come back. Now, Silas hissed, we ran down the ridge, using the chaos as cover. The main building's entrance had been blown open by Jackson's charges. We slipped inside, heading for the elevator. The interior was different from our last visit. That strange bioluminescent growth had spread, covering walls and ceilings, and hanging from the ceiling at regular intervals were those cocoons we'd seen in the underground chamber. Dozens of them, each containing a writhing figure mid-transformation. They're making an army, I breathed. These are all new skinwalkers. More reason to stop them, Silas said, pressing the elevator call button. The doors opened immediately. We stepped inside, and Silas hit the button for level 3. As we descended, we could hear sounds through the walls, that rustling, those whispers, and something else. Something that sounded like singing in a language no human throat should speak. Level 3. The doors opened. The facility had changed even more down here. The concrete and steel were gone completely, replaced by that carved stone we'd seen before. It was like the skinwalkers had been excavating, removing the modern installation and revealing the ancient structure beneath. And everywhere were symbols. The walls were covered in them, not the protective kind, but something else. Instructions maybe, or coordinates, or a map to everywhere in the world they planned to spread. The pit should be this way, Silas said, consulting his memorized layout. We moved quickly through the transformed corridors. Twice we heard movement and had to hide, watching as skinwalkers passed, not wearing stolen faces now, but in their natural forms. They were terrible to look at. Bodies that seemed to exist in too many dimensions, limbs that bent in ways that hurt to perceive, heads that were sometimes human, sometimes animals, sometimes neither. Finally, we reached the cathedral chamber. The pit was there just as before, still ringed by ancient bones, but now there were fresher bones too. The remains of the security teams, the SAD 9 personnel, everyone who'd been fed to this place. And standing around the pit, watching us with eyes that glowed like embers, were 3 figures. These weren't the copied soldiers or the mindless drones we'd fought before. These were the old ones, the first skinwalkers, the things that had been here before humans, before civilization, before anything we'd understand as life. They were massive, 9-10 feet tall, and their form shifted constantly, never settling into one shape. But through the changes, I could see patterns. In one, I glimpsed something that might have been a bear. In another, a massive bird of prey. In the third, something reptilian and ancient. Humans, one of them spoke, its voice resonating not just in my ears, but in my bones, my blood, my soul. You returned to the feeding ground. Why do you wish to complete your transformation? To join us in the eternal hunger? We're here to stop you, Silas said, his voice steady, despite the terror I could see in his eyes. We're here to prove you exist, to expose what you're doing.
The old ones laughed, a sound like grinding stone and tearing fabric. Stop us. Prove we exist, foolish child. We are the earth beneath your feet, the rot that reclaims all flesh, the hunger that waits in every shadow. You cannot stop us. You cannot even comprehend us. Then you won't mind if we try, I said. Silas was already moving, pulling items from his duffel: chalk, salt, something that looked like bone dust, and small metal spikes carved with symbols. He began drawing a circle on the ground around and between the Old Ones and the pit. The Old Ones watched, with what might have been amusement. They didn't try to stop him. That should have been our first warning. "You think symbols bind us?" one asked. "You think human magic, human rituals have power over what we are? We taught your ancestors those symbols. We whispered them to shamans and medicine men as we ate them from the inside out. They're not protection, they're invitations, promises that you understand what you're dealing with, that you've accepted the terms." Silas froze, his hand hovering over the final spike. "No," he whispered. "Yes," the Old One said. "The symbols don't trap us in. They trap you out, or trap you in, depending on where you draw them. And you, clever soldier, have drawn a containment circle with yourself inside it, with both of you inside it." I looked down. Silas had drawn the circle large enough to encompass us, the Old Ones, and the pit, and now that I looked closely at the symbols, I could see them reaching inward, not outward. We'd built our own trap. "Run!" Silas shouted, but it was too late. The Old Ones moved with impossible speed. One grabbed Silas, lifting him off the ground. Another came for me, and I fired my rifle point blank into its face. The bullets passed through like it was smoke. "Shadow!" Silas screamed. "Get out! Break the circle! Warn the others!" I ran for the edge of the circle, diving and rolling. Behind me, I heard Silas scream as the Old One began to feed. Not killing him, that would be mercy. Instead, it was learning him, consuming his identity, his memories, his self. I hit the circle's boundary and felt resistance, like pushing through gel. Then I was through, falling, scrambling to my feet. Behind me, Silas was changing, his body beginning that terrible transformation we'd seen in the cocoons. "Go!" he managed to shout, his voice already distorting. "Complete the mission!" I ran through the corridors, up the emergency stairs, which actually worked this time. Maybe because the Old Ones wanted me to escape, wanted me to spread the terror. Behind me, I could hear them coming, taking their time, savoring the hunt. I burst into the ground level and saw Jackson and Graves fighting their way toward a vehicle. Skinwalkers surrounded them, but they were holding their ground with fire and bullets. "We have to go," I shouted. "It's a trap. It was always a trap." A skinwalker lunged at me from the side. I turned and used the flamethrower, burning it away. But even as it dissolved, I could see more coming, an endless tide. We fought our way to one of the compound's armored vehicles. Jackson hotwired it, while Graves and I provided cover. The moment the engine roared to life, we piled in, Jackson flooring it toward the main gate. Skinwalkers threw themselves at the vehicle, clawing at doors and windows. One managed to tear off a side mirror. Another cracked the windshield, but we kept moving, kept accelerating. We hit the gate at 40 miles per hour, smashing through. The compound fell away behind us as we raced into the desert night. But when I looked back, I could see them pursuing, running on all fours like animals, keeping pace with our vehicle. "They're not stopping," Graves shouted. "I know." Jackson took a sharp turn, the vehicle fishtailing in the sand. "I'm trying to lose them." But they didn't lose. If anything, more joined the pursuit, and ahead, blocking the road, stood more skinwalkers. We were surrounded. "Impact," Jackson warned. We plowed through the roadblock, bodies crumbling under the wheels. Except these bodies didn't die. They reformed, pulling themselves together, continuing the chase. For 3 hours we drove through that nightmare desert, the skinwalkers always behind us, always matching our speed, wearing us down. Our fuel gauge dropped toward empty, and when dawn finally broke, I realized why they'd let us get this far. We were nowhere near civilization.
We were deep in the desert, dozens of miles from the nearest town, with no fuel, no support, and an army of shape-shifting horrors surrounding us. The vehicle sputtered and died. We coasted to a stop in a dry riverbed surrounded by red rock cliffs. "End of the line," Jackson said quietly. We exited the vehicle, forming a defensive triangle, backs to each other. The skinwalkers circled us, hundreds of them now, wearing every face we'd ever known and many we hadn't. And walking through their ranks came 3 new figures, the old ones from the pit. But they weren't just the old ones anymore. One wore Silas's face perfectly, completely, right down to the scar on his jaw and the way he stood. And when it spoke, it was Silas's voice, his inflections, his manner. "You did well," it said, "better than most. You escaped once, survived a month, even made it back to the ranch. But the earth always claims what's owed, and you've been owed to us since the moment you stepped on our feeding ground." "We're not going quietly," Graves said, raising her rifle. "We don't want you to," the thing-wearing Silas said. "The hunt is more satisfying when the prey fights. It makes your flavor richer." They began to close in. I thought about firing, about going down fighting, but what was the point? We'd failed. Silas was gone. Chen was gone. Syed 9 was compromised. The skinwalkers were spreading, and soon they'd be everywhere, wearing every face, replacing humanity one person at a time. Then I heard it. Helicopters, 3 of them, military models, coming in fast from the east. They opened fire on the skinwalkers, minigun bursts tearing through the ranks. The creatures scattered, shrieking, unable to reform fast enough under sustained fire. A rope dropped from one helicopter, and a voice boomed over a loudspeaker. "Grab on, we're extracting you." Jackson went first, then Graves. I was about to grab the rope when the thing wearing Silas caught my arm. "You think you've won?" it hissed. "You think being rescued changes anything? We're already in your militaries, your governments, your families. Some of your rescuers are already ours. Maybe all of them. Maybe you are too, and you don't even know it yet." I tore free and grabbed the rope. As the helicopter lifted me into the air, I looked down at the army of skinwalkers below, and I saw that the thing wearing Silas was smiling. We were debriefed at a secure location, a different part of the military, one that apparently wasn't, say, D9, and claimed to be uncompromised. They listened to our story, documented everything, took samples of the black icer we'd collected. They promised to investigate, promised to root out the skinwalkers, promised to protect us. I didn't believe them. 3 days after our rescue, Jackson disappeared, just vanished from his secure room. No sign of forced entry, no evidence of a struggle. Gone. Graves lasted a week, before I found her in the facility cafeteria. She looked normal, acted normal, spoke normally. But when I asked her a question only the real Graves would know the answer to, she got it wrong. I shot her in front of 20 people. They tackled me, took my weapons, locked me in psychiatric observation. But through the small window in my cell door, I saw it. When they autopsied Graves's body, it dissolved into black ichor, which meant I was right, but it also meant I was alone. They let me out after a month, cleared me, said I'd acted appropriately given the circumstances. They even offered me a new position, working for a task force dedicated to hunting skinwalkers. I declined, because when they made the offer, I noticed something about the man in charge. His eyes reflected light wrong. Just for a moment, just a glint of amber. So now I'm on my own, traveling, never staying in one place long. I sleep with weapons, clothes, and symbols carved into every surface around me. I test everyone I meet, looking for tells, for slips, and sometimes I find them, the skinwalkers. They're spreading, just like they said they would. I see them in crowded streets, in government buildings, in positions of power, wearing human faces, playing human roles, slowly replacing us. I fight them when I can. Small victories. A skinwalker identified and burned. A nest discovered and destroyed. It's not enough. It'll never be enough. But I keep fighting because the alternative is accepting that humanity's time is over. That we're being slowly erased, replaced by something older and hungrier, something that's been waiting in the dark places of the world since before we learned to stand upright. Some nights I wonder if I'm still me, if I was compromised at some point and don't remember, if I'm just another skinwalker playing out the role of the last survivor, adding authenticity to the masquerade. Other nights, I remember Silas telling us we'd die human, die as ourselves, and I hold on to that. Even if I'm alone, even if the fight is hopeless, I'm still me. I think the war isn't over. Maybe it's just beginning. The skinwalkers are patient. They've waited thousands of years. They can wait longer. But so can I. And somewhere out there, in the deep places, in the dark places, in the old places, where the earth remembers what came before, they're waiting too. Always waiting, always hungry, always ready to wear another face. Years from now, historians will debate what happened at Skinwalker Ranch. Official reports will call it a terrorist attack, or a gas explosion, or a classified incident. The survivors, those who actually survived, will tell different stories, contradicting each other, their accounts growing stranger with each retelling. But sometimes, late at night in the desert near the Uinta Basin, travelers report seeing things, figures that move wrong, eyes that shine in the darkness,
voices calling out in familiar tones, asking to be let in, promising reunion with lost loved ones. And sometimes those travelers are never seen again, or they are seen again, but something about them is different. Something in the eyes, something in the way they smile, something that isn't quite human anymore.
If you made it this far, you're stronger than most. Many listeners don't last through these ranger reports. Some say they hear footsteps behind them before the video even ends. If you want more stories from the places the world tries to forget, hit subscribe, turn on notifications, and join me again in the next descent into the dark. And remember, out there in the woods, something is always watching. Sleep, if you still can.